over to NA and kind of try to like take over the scene, right? Try to go ahead and win an FNCS finals, but not actually end up working out all that well for pretty much any of those teams. But right now with Cooper, Video, and Sphinx looking like second best, team on the region, this could be the best move that we've seen yet out of Vidil.
Okay. Well, let's do it, right? Let's talk about them out of group number 2. Peterball, Ritual, and Cold. Yeah, relatively new duo.
Who?
Trio, rather. Not really big numbers. I've never heard of these guys before. Yeah, so in all seriousness, this is kind of the trio I believe everyone is looking at to kind of win Major 1 finals.
Yeah, honestly, all 30 minutes of this pre-show could be dedicated to talking about them, but we don't have that time, so we're going to try and consolidate it just a little bit. But their game plan from start to finish is nearly flawless, from where they're dropping to how they handle storm surge tags to how they rotate to how they handle in-game, whether that's low, middle, or high ground. And honestly, Peterbot, I truly think, have on the incredible run that he had last year, going from Major 2, Major 3 winning, Major 1 he got second place, winning the global championships, into now the run he's had right now. I think many years down the line, when people talk about some of the most dominant esports competitors, not even just Fortnite, he's going to be up there with the likes of Faker, Fatality, and Daigo.
Yeah, I mean, incredible stuff coming out of Peterborough, right? Seemingly unstoppable right now. Last year, of course, that second place that Kelly is talking about did lose out to Acorn and Cold, and now paired up with Cold, right? Being on the same team. Even the conversation last year, that incredible year that Peterborough kind of had, a lot of people were still keeping Cold in that conversation of like the best player in the world. That's just how good Cold is. And now that they're, on the same trio, we got trios rolling around, they're looking good. I don't know. I think we're in for a dominant performance from this trio this weekend.
Yeah. We'll see. Still 6 games today, 6 tomorrow. But yeah, likely. Let's talk about group number 3. And we wanted to highlight here Noxy, Virgo, and Curly. So these guys are pretty underrated. And it's crazy to think how well they've done when they formed, right before play-ins, Kelly.
Yeah, I think just like what you said, they've only formed a week beforehand, and that's what makes their run all the more impressive. In the Group 3 stage, we saw them take the Game 3 win, but in Games 1 and 2, they actually got 4th place in both of those games. And today, not only are they going to be uncontested at Kappa, but they also have a few contested teams near them over on that southeastern side, which can only be beneficial to them. My one concern for this trio, though, is that depending on where the zone pulls, they do have some pretty big names landing near them, and that might cause some issues.
It could definitely cause some trouble over there. The thing that I liked about this trio when watching their group stage games is that they were one of the very few teams, and I kind of talk about this a lot when it comes down to taking the high ground. They were one of the very few teams that were able to take high ground during 9 zone and actually hold it for the rest of the game, picking up just a couple of refreshes as well. A lot of teams struggle with that, and this is one of those teams that can actually pull that off. If they're able to get up on the high ground during one of those early moving zones, they could win a game.
Okay, that's fine. That's good. That's good news to hear. Let's have more people to fight Peterbot. Yes, we like that. We want more of that. Let's keep this ball rolling. 3 big names in third grade. It's like a 1-2-3 punch. Okay, you ready for this? Agers, Acorn, Poyo. That's right. Big names that I'm just kind of used to and have been saying for so many years. But what's crazy about these guys is just the accolades alone, Kelly.
Yeah, they are tied for the most FNCS titles out of any trio in NA. They have the most amount of they have the most FNCS appearances, but they're also the most titles out of anyone in NA. I mean, you have Poyo reigning global champ title, of course, Acorn, who has back-to-back wins in Major 1 with Cold. So everything is kind of lined up for them. On paper, they should have a very successful game, but during the group stages after their win, they almost seemed, I don't know, indifferent about their win. And it would be really interesting to see how their vibes are going to be affecting them this weekend.
Yeah, vibes do play a big part, right? When you have 3 people together, you need to kind of be on the same page. And, talking about those group stage games, I even talked about it last weekend when we were kind of watching them. I swear their early game and their mid game in both of their games, they got second and then first in their games last weekend. It was yeah, the early game, they didn't really look like they were in a good spot. And the mid game, they didn't really look like they were in a good spot. And then they got second and first. So I'm like, okay, well, they can do well when it seems like they're not really in a good position. So I'm kind of excited to see if they can kind of switch that up this weekend, actually get into a seemingly good position. And let's see what they can do with that.
Okay, all right. One last trio to talk about is Kanata. It's Rapid and Bolts. Viv, you really got me going last time when you said do Ragnata. That really made me laugh. That really broke me. Once again, we're back on the shoulders of Kanata, right? Who refuses to miss an FNCS major finals.
That's right.
The question is, could this be the one, Kelly? Could this be the one?
You know, it's interesting going from Pollo's trio to Kanata's trio, because I feel like they're kind of two sides of the same coin. Kanata, Rap, and Bolts looked borderline catatonic when they first teamed up during the Div Cups and the Eval Cups. But since taking that first win from Group 3, they have just had a completely tonal shift. This is the Kanata, the very passionate individual that we know of him. And I don't know if it's like a Sailor Moon transformation. Once he puts the do-rag on, he gets all these powers. But they honestly look like they could easily be one of the top 3, if not second or first place team.
I mean, ever since like kind of like the turning of the do-rag, I guess you could call it, right? They've just been performing so well. Even that performance eval that happened in between last weekend and this weekend, there was only really 2 big name teams that kind of showed up and got a win during that. That, of course, was Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. And then, hey, Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts also picking up a win there. So between last weekend, throughout the week, they look really good.
Okay. Now, that's good. That's good. So obviously, we have to dedicate some amount of the show, right, to talking about Peterbot.
We do.
Ritual and
Yes.
Cold, because just how dominant they've been as a trio. And I feel like a good way to do this is kind of talking about Storm Surge, right? Like a lot of trios, they tend to suffer with Storm Surge, and it, at times can be difficult to manage. But these guys are kind of like Storm Surge who?
Yeah, exactly right. They kind of just like skip that whole point of the game. Let's go ahead and take a look at what it actually required in terms of damage needed throughout the group stages, looking at averages for that, right? So, you know, end of zone 5, 850, end of zone 7, 1300, end of zone 9, 1800. Kind of keep those numbers in mind, because the thing that I want to talk about the most when it comes to Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual is how fast they actually deal with some of those numbers. We actually saw them take a early 3v3 fight. Now, of course, some of the best players on your team, you're gonna want to fight other teams because you know that you're going to be able to pretty much just roll them over. Now, of course, Peterbot does get knocked, but you got Cold on your team to kind of come in, clean that up, and a 3v3 like this is just going to net them so much damage, Kelly.
Yeah, and it just showcases, too, that even with Peterbot down, Cold regularly during, you know, the Kitch analytic posts, he has a higher damage, a better damage ratio than Peterbot himself. So even when your top fragger goes down, it's not just the Peterbot show. All 3 of them, including Ritual, can clearly get elimination after elimination to handle those Storm Surges.
Yes, let's go ahead and take a look at that damage done, right? Like, how much did that fight actually do for them? By zone 2, so pretty much, I mean, they've only kind of done one thing at this point in the game. That's that 3v3. 1,200 damage done. And if you remember that number that I showed just before, the amount of damage you needed was 850 at the end of zone 5. They are zones ahead of that threshold, right? And if they're actually zones ahead of that threshold, Kelly, well then guess what? They don't need to worry about it at all.
Yeah, I mean, being able to kind of, the mid game, it seems to be a struggle for a lot of our teams, especially when they have to deal with Storm Surge, they have to tower up. But when you already have the damage done, you can kind of focus on the end game.
Yeah, focusing on the end game is really, really important. Right? You actually set yourself up for end game in the early game, which is kind of what they do here. And, you know, because of all that damage done, guess what? They're like, well, we have all the damage done. And usually to do damage, you need to be by players. But we don't need to be by players. So why don't we go ahead all the way over to the west side of the map where nobody's going to be, and make one of those classic dead side rotates that we, of course, love to talk about. This is super, super cool in trios, right? Because it saves them so many materials. When you think about trios, you've got 3 people on a team that can pretty much beam you at any point in time, which means that you kind of need to preemptively build. You usually spend a lot of builds, right? Staying away from a lot of trios. As you can see here, northeast side of the map as well, very, very congested. They're on the complete opposite side. They know that. They played Fortnite for a very long time. But look how healthy they are, kind of just sitting over isolated. 150, 150, 150, like 15 masks on each of them. They haven't used anything so far throughout this game because they do not need to go near any other players because of how early they got all that damage in.
And also, if they do use their masks, they can just go back to flooded frogs because no one's willing to touch them, and there's so many elemental chests over there that they're bound to find another.
Yeah, I mean, they're just set up so well. Not only, you know, all the confidence that they have themselves, but how much respect they get from other players. Let's go ahead and take a look at what they actually looked like then when they took the high ground. Because like I said, they're setting themselves up to take this high ground early on by taking that 3v3. That early 3v3 allowed them to kind of stay isolated, stay very, very healthy in the materials. And when they took high ground in this game, 80 builds, 86 builds, 51 builds on cold, still some void max charges left to kind of make some plays, kind of a TP across some of those high ground layers. This just set them up so well because like I've mentioned multiple times, right? High ground taking it early on like they just did, it's hard to sustain that with the amount of materials you usually have. But when you're going into endgame with 150 on each one of your players, you're going to have enough to hold it for the rest of the game, just like Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual did in that one.
And it doesn't matter at that point if someone else is on the high ground because they will either find a way to absolutely decimate the low ground or take high ground for themselves.
Okay, so right, these guys are really, really good, right? But let's kind of quantify that with the data we have now, right? So they did really like unbelievably well in group 1, right? But there's 2 other groups that we're missing. There's all of these other trios that we're missing in this equation, and now all of those trios are coming together on one bus. Can they look to do what they did in group 1 in a Major 1 finals? The setting is completely different.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of the question, right? It's always like what everybody kind of points to. It's like, oh, well, yeah, they did well here, but hey, listen, this is FNC's finals. It's going to be completely different. And I feel like sometimes we kind of try to say that, right? And then Peterbot, Cold, Rich, I mean, look at the caliber of players that we're looking at right there. They're going to be able to do it. I guess like maybe the hardest thing would be to justify the 3v3, them being able to like kind of like roll the team just strictly over in a finals lobby. But Kelly, we know how good they are. I think they're still going to be able to do it.
And I just want to reiterate again, it's all 3 of them that are absolutely the top of their class. Both Cold and Peterbot, easily the 2 best fraggers in the entire region, if not the world. And then Ritual, who is an incredible tarper, an incredible IGL. He is able to set them up for success time and time again in these games. We saw how well he's done on LAN. We've seen how well Peterbot has done on LAN. You know, Cold now going for the 3-peat of winning Major 1. Everything is being set up for their story this weekend.
Whew, okay, I like that. This is quite the pedestal they've kind of put themselves on. We didn't do this. They did that themselves. As we continue the conversation, though, let's take a step back and meet up with our casters. Give them a big warm welcome. It is Jacob ER and Monster D-Face.
Thank you, Zeke. And yes, there's so much to talk about. Finals is here, Jacob. Finally now, everything we've been working for all these weeks, we get to see unfold.
Yeah, 5 months since we last crowned our FNCS champion. And these contested drops is going to be really, really grueling for teams. But I think even Aminish said it, contesting, sometimes it could be a blessing with how much surge you're able to get out of the gates.
Yeah, so to really set the stage, couple teams we're going to be looking at for early game fights, potentially. Noah W plays versus Oliver OG down at the bottom right of the map here. This is at the Hopeful Heights. And another team I really want to talk about, Jacob, Skittles and G Money. They're going to be clashing, going head to head. We all know Victor V. We've grown to love him, especially in the last year. But G Money has had a great uprise as well.
Yeah, over at Magic Monsters towards the north side of the map, those are 2 aggressive teams, and they have a ton of experience collectively to battle it out. I don't think that's going to be an easy drop for either one of those teams to really come out on top. But Monster, there's 12 games. You just have to figure out a way to win the majority, maybe 8 of those off-spawn fights.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how it's going to work out. There's a couple of battles going down. We're excited for what's going to unfold here at the finals. But of course, we got Zeke to take us through the rest.
Thank you guys so much. We'll be back with you shortly. First, okay, so we kind of talked about Peterbot, right? Okay. And we framed them as this powerful trio. We kind of gave you stats and breakdowns, but like, who could dethrone them? We feel like it's Vidil, Sphinx, and Cooper, right? And we kind of want to set this up in like a similar data-driven point, right? So Viv, you kind of walked us through the Storm Surge and how Peterbot and his trio were kind of looking. Maybe do the same with Vidil. Like, what are we looking at here?
I mean, every trio is going to be different, of course. Cooper, Vidil, and Sphinx are obviously going to approach the game a little bit different than Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual are. And I feel like we can kind of hit home on that very, very early on in the game, right? Just we talked about, oh, listen, Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, they're going to go for some early elims. And Cooper, Vidil, and Sphinx, as you can see here, by the damage done numbers, they're kind of not, right? I mean, by zone 2, 291 damage, by zone 5, 951, right? They, of course, have their points in their game where they get a lot of damage out, but it's definitely not in the early game. And I feel like it's really easy to kind of see how well Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual establish their Storm Surge damage, if we just go ahead and strictly compare probably the two best trios on the region and see what that damage kind of looks like. And Kelly, it is quite the difference.
Yeah, you can see just a little bit of a difference there by zone 2, but as the zones go on, they definitely do pick it up. And I do want to add also that in the early games, Sphinx, Vidal, and Cooper haven't had too many contesting trios around them, but during this weekend, as long as if no one changes their drop spots, they actually have 3 separate contested POIs around them, which might give them a little bit more Storm Surge by zone 2.
Yeah, definitely some opportunities to kind of switch it up there. And, you know, like we mentioned before, Peterbot, Cold, and Rich will kind of isolating themselves on some of those dead side rotates. They're not going to be getting much damage dealt there. So, you know, by those later zones, Cooper, Vidal, and Sphinx, they're of course going to catch up. It's just going to be a different approach to the game. Of course, if Cooper, Vidal, and Sphinx aren't getting a lot of early damage like Peterbot, Cold, and Rich are, they're going to need to keep themselves kind of involved with the rest of the lobby. They're going to need to see players on their screen if they're going to be able to actually deal that damage. So they're going to play completely differently. And I think that's awesome when we take a look at the personalities amongst these trios. So let's go take a look at where Cooper, Vidal, and Sphinx typically kind of place themselves amongst the rest of the lobby. As you can see here, they're kind of on that east side of the zone. And if you remember from the same game earlier, that northeast side, extremely congested. Cooper, Vidal, and Sphinx, they know that that's going to happen. So they're going to place themselves very nearby. And yeah, Kelly, I mean, they're still in a good spot, but all of these builds, they're going to need to use a lot of these, right? Because they're amongst the lobby.
Oh man, also the group stages that they played, I swear every zone was a mountain zone and having to deal with that. But even with the, you know, rough situation that they were put into, they got second place against Peterbot's trio. So regardless of if they have that early engagement or not, they're still always able to turn it around.
Yeah, I mean, they do an incredible job kind of managing all of this stuff here. Now, of course, the differences in the play styles, right? Like I mentioned, since Cooper, Vidal, and Sphinx, they're going to be putting themselves in the rest of the lobby, right? In that mix, they're going to have to spend more of those builds. So, of course, they're going to have to end up with refreshes at some point in the game, which is what I really like about this trio. They always kind of find a way to find those refreshes. But something that kind of works for them the best, it's of course going to be that front side low ground of those moving zones. And shout out to Sphinx, he does such a good job of putting them in good positions. But as you can see here, Vidal, Sphinx, and Cooper ahead of the rest of the lobby on this moving zone. And this works so well for them because, again, kind of the point here being, they're going to have less builds than a team like Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. They have to spend builds because they're constantly throughout the early, middle of the game, they're next to the rest of the lobby. They got to block off all that damage. So when they get to these types of positions, Kelly, they got to get the eliminations. They got to get the refreshes. And that's exactly what they do.
Yeah, like you're saying, sticking to the front low zone is so smart, especially when they know that there's going to be players dropping down to them. They're able to just clean it up, shooting fish in a barrel right there. And it's all 3 of them that are really just taking control. Even though Sphinx is doing a majority of the tarping, he's also able to get some eliminations himself.
Yeah, he does such a good job right there. And I kind of like to coin this as like a momentum-based play style because it's like, well, if they don't get any of those eliminations, then they're probably going to end up going down shortly after. So there is a lot of importance on putting themselves in good positions. And Kelly was kind of talking about it right there. How are they getting into those good positions? And honestly, a lot of that heavy lifting is going to be done by Sphinx. I couldn't actually believe the numbers when I went ahead and took a look at it because I was like watching their games and I was like, wait, Sphinx is kind of harping a lot for this trio. And as you can see here, in terms of placing the builds for the trio, Sphinx himself places almost 50% of all the builds that this trio places, just at 46% right there. So very obviously getting handed a lot of those materials that they are getting from those refreshes and using them to tarp themselves into good positions to what? Get more eliminations, that momentum-based play style.
That is so crazy. And we even heard during the interview with Cooper that him and Sphinx were kind of arguing on who's going to be the IGL. I'm for certain that Cooper is feeling good about the choice of Sphinx taking that role now.
I love it. Okay, it's them, right? They'll be the ones to stop. Okay, we don't actually know. We're moments away from game number 1.
Wow.
So let's just talk about expectations. It's here. We'll have 6 games today. And something to note is we don't have that 1.5 times multiplier tomorrow, right? That has been removed. So day 1 has to be big. We really have to put on and set ourselves up good for day number 2. So what do you guys think? What are you expecting to see?
I hope to see it be a close game, especially after today, but we know how dominant Cold Ritual have been in these finals lobbies, and with eliminations going from 3 to 4 points, it's kind of just setting themselves up even more. But it's Fortnite, it's the FNCS, truly anything can happen.
I feel like the sentiment from a lot of people that are going to be watching the games this week, and they're like, yeah, listen, we want a close game. We hope that Peterbot, Cold Ritual don't run away with it. And I don't know about you guys, but last year when I was watching Fortnite competitive and Peterbot and Polly were running through the competition, I was entertained. I'm down to be entertained again by a dominant performance out of Peterbot, Cold Ritual. Let's see the best of what they got.
And you know, honestly, that's fine. If they go out and they win and it's another 1,000-point victory, like honestly, I'm fine with that, because there's 2 spots going to globals, right? So even if they take up one of those spots, there's still a second spot we are still fighting for. So we'll see. It is that time. Prepare yourselves. 6 matches today. Game number 1 is ready. So casters, take it away.
Thank you, Zeke. It's one thing to be a professional commentator. It's another to be a fan and get to watch this in the front row seats, Jacob. I'm excited for finals. It's going to go down, and we know we're going to have a great competition.
No, it's definitely going to be amazing, because we ever get to see a dominant performance by Peterbot, or we get to see one of many trios really take that shine, take the throne, and upset everybody that's thinking that he's going to take that first place spot. And Monster, I think this season, there are actually quite a few duos that can actually do it.
Yep, well, the battle bus sounds like it's ready. Let's jump on in for game number 1. All right, Jacob, the major finals is here. I'm ready for some action. Our trios will be taking to the world here shortly. We talked about teams that will be getting into early game battles. Apparently, there's word of some surprise contestations happening early on as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing it. Let's see if everyone's all talk or if they're going to back it up.
Yeah, the drop mad was almost just like a placeholder. Things can change in the blink of an eye when players don't feel as comfortable. But we look at our team international, Yapko, Muzz, and Rise. Not too many changes going on around them. They get their drop spot uncontested, and they have a lot of space to loot up early on in this game, grab their materials, their loot, and if they don't like what they have in terms of heals, they can always fish for it as well.
Yeah, that is true. This is a wonderful drop spot. Huge location that they have all to themselves. It does beg the question, like, why would someone give away that much territory? But here's the fight that I'm most interested in today, how things are going to perform here. You really have to give super credit to Noah W Plays, DC, and Chaos Gaming. They played a phenomenal qualifier, just kind of leading into it, really shining in the form of consistency points and making end games. And then you have Oliver OG. He's only gotten better over the years, slowly, really working hard, and have earned himself a spot amongst the best. This will be a very interesting clash because, as you know, most teams that get contested don't perform well overall.
Yeah, and it looks like they're just taking a slower approach. And I like how you mentioned their top spots and consistency. In Group 3, this was first and second place on that consistency leaderboard, earning their spot here. And they're taking a much slower, more strategic approach to the overall off-spawn fight. In fact, it looks like Oliver OG, Skater, and Dash are able to keep hopeful heights for themselves and kind of push Noah, DC, and Chaos off towards the outskirts, which isn't too bad for Noah and his trio because there is a lot of loot that you can still gather for out there. So it's not a done deal just yet.
Yeah, I was going to say, there are benefits of having the outskirts, especially if a team was contemplating smashing on South and trying to get a little third party going. But over at the Canyon Crossing, it does seem like this fight might be looking to break out. A little different here for 20, Void, and Broken, who, of course, kind of inched their way on in. It seems like Power Polish and Listen, they'll have a bit of a better, I would say, standing so far, given that they have a lot more shields working. But again, this is the finals lobby. Notice how slow things are going right now, right? Everyone kind of pacing themselves here, just really looking to get situated before they make a move.
Yeah, I could just kind of feel the energy right now, Monster. I know we're kind of at home, but if we were in a stadium, I could feel the crowd erupt just for watching and being able to see this team right here. This is a chance for Peterbot to really recreate history, and for Cold as well. He has 2 years worth of Major 1 victories along with his former duo Acorn, and this is his chance to go 3 straight years, Monster, while winning Major 1, and that's something I feel like very few players, individual, can say they can achieve.
And to put it into perspective, when you think of Peterbot's dominant reign, the fact that Cold was able to have the entire community still keep him in discussion and not just look at Peterbot as the one-man army, right, running things on NA, really puts things into perspective of how good Cold really is. Here's another team that is actually looking to do big things here today, Rapid Bolts and Canada. We really didn't highlight too much, I should say, coming into things, how Canada was kind of thrown into this team, right? Yep. Originally, this was not his first choice, but he has ended up here, and so far he has managed to make things work.
Yeah, and there was a big question mark over the dedication of Bolts and Rapid for quite some time. Are they going to focus on getting this win? They have a lot of other things going on in their life. And I think when Kanata came over, yeah, there might have been a little bit of a speed bump, but since then, they've been their metal to the metal and just taking off. And you've seen Images, Visuals, and Braids rotating over towards Foxy Floodgate. This isn't the contested fight we thought we were going to see, but a couple of weeks ago, Monster, this was a contested fight on the drop map. Bucky, Ocus, and Craze versus Visuals, Braid, and Iminish. I don't know what caused them to switch up their drop spot over to the Rainbow Fields, but you can see it's already working out for them, and they're returning back to the spot because this mountain towards Foxy Floodgates is one of the best mountains you can get because it's close to the center of the zone, and no matter where the zone pulls, you got perfect rotation for it.
Yeah, and already they're kind of winning the drop here, but look at this. A huge clash going down right now. Zeus already in the scramble here. Team's extremely hurt. However, they have the advantage given that they got a couple of eliminations so far. Can they get the full finish here to have Siphon kick in is the real question, as the other teams are now looking to collapse in. It does seem like they get just that.
Yeah, this was that crowded Magic Moss's fight. It's the teams towards the outskirts moving their way in, but you see in the outside, Chimp, Skittles, Victor V, they're closing in. This one's getting a little bit messy. And Possess, Ralphie, Diego plays a team that qualified through the groups out of consistency while being surprise contested as well. So this is a situation I feel like they're all too familiar with.
Very interesting that all of these northern teams have decided to collapse just here by the pump power. If you look at the drop map, these teams have their own mini battles happening, and it seems like their strategy was to rotate into one another, but instead it caused a huge combination of a fight going down right now. You can see Victor V's trio just lurking on the outskirts right now, trying to see where they can kind of get in on this battle as everyone's sort of slowing down, looking to really recover here, if you want to call it that. But still, very limited information, I would say, for Victor V and the rest of his trio as far as how many teams truly are here. I don't think they really realize.
Yeah, there's like, what, 3 teams directly in that position, maybe even a 4th scattered around, and then they would be the 5th. And I like how slow they're actually taking this approach because now they're giving themselves so many options. They're not directly in the fight. They don't have to worry about a team just turning it on and kind of trying to burn them down in a couple of split seconds. So they can kind of position themselves, farm up, wait for the action to break out, and then finally make their move. They're not kind of forcing their hand here. And you got to imagine that's got to be the experience that we've seen at a particularly Chimp and Skittles with the amount of finals appearance they have, and then Victor V continuously learning and growing from all his teammates.
Well, one thing's for certain, the more early game clashes that go down like this without eliminations, the surge damage threshold will begin to rise very quickly. This can cause cascading problems for the rest of the lobby. We'll see what happens. Meanwhile, Cooper Video and Sphinx right now looking to base up amongst one another. They've rotated somewhat into Oliver OG's team, who came straight out of the Hopeful Heights. And so far, nothing big has come out of this. However, they have wasted a fair amount of material, a couple of Void Oni masks. So you can see that Cooper, Vidil, and Sphinx might have been caught off guard here.
Yeah, and you can kind of see what Vivid was talking about, a slower approach to their game plan in terms of collecting the surge. They want to make sure that every rotation that they make, they're not getting caught off guard by a lot of these teams, even if that means letting one of these teams overtake them on that rotation. But with the zone slowly but surely starting to begin to close in, they're going to have to make their way forward. And since they realize every single team that's currently positioned around them, they're feeling comfortable just taking their time, going step by step. You see, they're not just trying to beeline it to the zone itself.
Nice shots there by Ronan Dash as they start to back out. Another team rotating from the outskirts. Curly from the pump power as well, playing nice and steadily. Meanwhile, we get a little update here for Booga of Even Threats now. Seems like they're collapsing in on a third party onto a team that was fighting here. Oh, Shots giving them the details. So they know something's going on down low. Little did they know the fight's already finished. Breed's visuals diminished, come out on top.
Yeah, basically kind of taking down 2 members of Bucky, Ocus, and Craze. And they're just kind of waiting right above them. And it's just a very, very hard situation for Bugha of even threats. They can't necessarily drop down there and try to go on the offensive because they don't know. There's so many nooks and crannies where those players can hide down below. So they're just waiting for that moment. They heard the fight finish. Hopefully they come back up the zip line, and that's where they're going to try to strike. But as time continues to pass, they got to realize that its timing is wasted right now, just waiting for that team. So they're just kind of positioning themselves on this mountain that I talked about early on in the game.
What a huge awareness check for them to know, wait, we can't just give away our tower. And the call was correct. You have Curly and crew inching their way up right now, getting ever so closely. Sonetto, Scare, Veer, a huge team to come out of the qualification. I believe it was week 2. They played so well, consistent, and just kind of appeared on our radars out of nowhere as a team to look out for. They've only gotten better as the months have gone by. Right now, they're going up against the vets of Edgy, Bila, and Quanti, who have come in on the skin of their teeth. How do we think this is going to shake up?
Now, I think it's going to be a big shakeup here for a lot of these teams because this is one of those rotations that you kind of saw, and Vivid talked about Peterbot going south. Both of these teams are kind of meeting in the middle. One went south, one went north. They're trying to take the slow approach, and they really get caught off guard by this exchange. You see an empty slot on Sonetto, materials being missed. This isn't one situation they want to be in, but whoever wins this trio will have a huge refresh and really give themselves surge and positioning to the zone.
Well, they've been thinking very similarly for their rotates as they've kind of found themselves collapsed here on the outskirts inside the storm. Plenty to work with Scare, Sonetto, and Veer's loadout here as far as sustainability is concerned. And I like how they're playing these side angles. Scare's got the perfect angle right now to really put the pressure up onto Quanti and Edgy right here from the low ground. They have to be careful. There it is. They're going to go in and get with one another, make sure they cap off their HP, keep their shields nice and up for the battle. And there goes the three-way split once again, all looking for separate angles right now. It's exactly how you want to kind of keep control of a three-way fight.
Yeah, just continue to just kind of suffocate them, sandwich them little by little, take away their options, their space. And you see Sonetto trying to back up to heal, but the pressure is on, the break into the box, and they take him down. He's going to be the first one dropped out of this fight, but Bila quick to follow, bringing it down to a 2v2. Quanti and Edgy trying to survive, and it looks like Quanti has no choice but to try to disengage. Edgy goes down as well. A mistake that look will haunt them for the rest of game 1.
Scare, Veer, clutch it up, and although they lost Sonetto, they do find themselves 2 eliminations and plenty of damage here. Talk about a team that you have to put respect on, and I gotta say, I'm very impressed for them to have won that battle there. But the fight's not over. This is just game number 1 right here. Teams are going to be learning how the games are going to sort of unfold, where players have decided that they're going to make their strategies, their rotates, based for surge. So we're going to see much more of that as the day continues. Meanwhile, Sphinx, Cooper, and Vidil, what a bad situation they found themselves in. Continue to be slammed, almost sandwiched between many, many trios here. And the material count is looking very light. I like that they're trying to fish their way back into this game here. However, it is not looking good for this trio.
Yeah, it's almost one of those situations, Monster, where you know as the game continues, if they don't find any resources that are left behind because you know it's going to be all looted, they almost might be forced into a refresh situation, having to find elimination sooner or later. Possess, Ralphie Diego plays as a team that we saw in an early skirmish. What was it, a 4 or 5 team scuffle at the top side of the map? They immediately made their way out towards the south side of the map. But I still think they're worrying just a little bit about Surge. There's 89 players still left up in this game. Surge is going to be one of the more disastrous things that happen to some teams that might not be prepared for it.
Yep, this is what we expect, though. This is how finals lobbies typically tend to shake up. A lot of players, especially come game 1 and 2, tend to stay alive. Surge does trigger relatively early and will cause a lot of chaos on the map here. Possess, Ralphie Diego recognizing just that as well, so they're looking to force their hand here, get into a fight. I like that they're taking action now before the warnings start to get issued to the lobby here. This is definitely a sign of a team that is experienced in these types of settings. And it's Clixie who's on the run right now. Meanwhile, looks like the islands just come up. Who's going to be the first to go for it? 2 teams are on the way up. Ritual, Peterbot, and Cold being one of them. DJ's trio there as well. and it seems like they're looking to take this fight immediately.
Yeah, and Havoc's already just getting beamed, trying to fly up in the sky. That's one of the things you have to really watch out for. The Void Orb can only take you so far. You're going to get caught gliding up, and a lot of that damage is going to be there. But for now, I think Ritual, Cold, Peterbot, they know another trio went up towards this mountain, so they're just not trying to lose focus, go for the boss, and trying to get beamed. So now that the third team's up there, it's just going to make it a little bit more risky for all three of the trios, not just Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual.
And notice with every island that gets occupied, so does the very prestigious material that comes with it. All that brick being taken straight into another team's hands here. Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual have to make a decision quickly now, as they haven't picked up any eliminations. And, you know, it's very telling so far of the strength of the lobby, right? We all knew that Peterbot might have taken a fight early on against the trio nearby, but it seems like that didn't end up working out in their favor. Meanwhile, Bolts, Rapid, and Kanata right now, only 230 damage above the threshold. It must be extremely high, given that we saw them kind of in an early game clash. And they're not content with this high ground spot. They want to get out of here. Too many teams are up top. It seems like they're going to be the first to go.
Yeah, and not only that, but from what we've seen throughout the group stages, we can even throw the play-in stages, watching a couple of these streams, is this isn't the easiest place to get surge for a lot of these teams, especially if you're down below. But Ritual, Peterbot, Cold, they did not take an early game fight, but they followed teams around to try to get their surge early. They're 533 above that damage threshold, really setting the tone and the pace. And you see how passive they're playing. I feel like they're almost waiting for another one of those teams to either disengage off the island or start the boss. When the boss gets started, you know there's so much destruction and chaos to the builds. I feel like that's when they're going to try to make a move.
Definitely would be a prime opportunity to take a fight. Quanti, Edgy, and Byla, even though they got into that little skirmish, you can see that the pickup was good for Edgy and Byla. Quanti getting them back in the game. However, they are still below the surge. Now, there are shots happening just on the edge of the zone here, so you should see Quanti and team get a little bit active here shortly. However, I'm wondering, is that his team actually? Is he's the furthest behind right now? No, it's looks like Sinetto and Veer's trio battling on the edge. Here's Power, Polis, and Listen. They've again been contested, and still here's a team that didn't finish their fight either.
Looks like Okus might be back in the game. Trying to see if I see any of his teammates nearby, because it was, I believe, Bucky and Craze that went down very early on. Can he get the reboot? That's going to be the big question. Luckily for him, it's finally leaving away from Foxy Floodgate. From Powerless and Polis, they're continuously falling further and further below the threshold. A big shot like that from Power is going to ease up a little bit that pressure, but you can see it's not going to be enough. Still 140 below. Out come the splashes, the heals from the team, but they have to start getting proactive. They have to get this damage, otherwise they'll be left with nothing and no damage.
And what's crazy about that, they could have gotten the elimination onto Okus, but it looks like the Surge did that for them. So more damage lost because they couldn't find the chance, and it looks like Curly, Virgo, and Noxie's patience pays off here, as they were also under Surge pressure. But look at that. 3 eliminations come walking into their box. Now they have all the damage that they need, and they are very much in this game right now. Rapid, Bolts, Kanata, a bit split apart from one another, also fishing for damage right now, and you can see they are victims of the Surge as well. Very hurt trios starting to take place here. Still, they find themselves right on the edge.
It's almost like a blessing and a curse being one of the premier teams in the lobby, because we always talk about how much space they've been able to claim from the top of Demon Dojo on the mountains all the way down to Pumpin' Pipes, almost into the Shatter Span, Dropper Muzz, Rise, and Yapko. That means they're not going to be able to get as much surge. They're going to have to go on the hunt for it, and if things don't go their way, exactly this will happen. Below the threshold, on the hunt, trying to find some heals. The rest of the team still trying to find the shots that they need. Kanata finding an opportunity to backside the zone. That's Mason, that's Chance, that's Donnie, but they're still below. Even with opportunities like that, they still have to find more.
These shots Kanata are putting down are what we would call clutch shots right now. They're giving him the damage he needs, but the clock is ticking. Now, here's the problem. You have Bolts fishing up for heals right now, and then they're just trickling behind. Meanwhile, Clicks, Iamzo, Batman, Booga getting active right now. Also below the Surge. They're going to find elimination. They need more damage. 20 walks into the box. They find him as well. And this is going to be the saving grace for this trio. They need the Siphon to start ticking here. There it is. It's going to keep them alive and healthy now. Water Sprites are down. And what a close one for Clicks, Iamzo, and Batman Booga there. as they were nearly sent back to the lobby, and what a refresher as well. So much material being picked up here.
Oh no, and we finally tune back in. Bolts is now by himself. Kanata, Rapid both out. Finally finds his way up that damage threshold, but instantly back down below. 9, he gets ticked by 1, but it finally turns off, but immediately back on. That just goes to show how grueling and stacked this lobby is. I think from here to the rest of the game, it might not even shut off, so Bolts knows proactivity is going to be key. He has to continue to look the backside of these zones and take advantage of these teams that are fighting each other.
Wow, what a call. Boat says, you know what? I got to get closer. I need to get in the action right now. Otherwise, I am going to get sent right back to the lobby. And look, he finds a little bit of a refresher. That's going to be a moment for him here. Let's go ahead and have something to work with. Back to his base he goes. He wants to play the range game, but notice he put metal down. He's going to have to end up working through that. And instead, he starts looking towards the opposite direction here. But if Bolts doesn't find tags now, it's going to be all over here shortly in the coming moments.
Yeah, you can definitely just kind of put him on the clock. 145, that's about like 5 good shots with that hollow twister, but no one's really given an opportunity. Brick, metal, it's even hard to break through that to try to get what you need. On the other side of the map, you see in Storm Surge really dictating a lot of what we're seeing here today. Ritual goes down. Peterbot and Cold only 42 above that damage threshold.
Oh, no,
even with the
Ritual's down.
Medallion, they're still not finding those opportunities to get what they need without risking it all.
It's Chimp who finds Ritual there. Victor V's trio set up and find the full elimination. Peterbot and Cold forced to actually back off here. And they're going to retreat all the way back up to the high ground, but no, a shortcoming there. Couldn't actually get to the island, so instead they have to work their way around. Cold left solo now. Up he goes here. This is a full-on refresh back to the loot that they left behind here on the island. A very smart and tactical retreat here. However, they will have to play this out as a two-man team. Talk about, and you know, you just never know what's gonna happen on a final stage. If you could have told me that Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual will be in such a desperate situation come game 1, I'd say you were lying for sure.
For some reason, though, I don't even feel too worried. It's Peterbot, it's Cold, it's 2 of the most individually skilled players that we have in this game right now. I feel like if anybody can make it work as a duo, it is going to be them. But a team that qualified after getting a reboot in the group stages from 2nd place to 1st, Agers, Acorn, and Poyo, some of the most experienced team in the lobby in terms of FNCS championships. One of the things that we saw in that group stages was they were struggling a little bit when it came to Surge. That kind of dictated and forced their hand in certain situations, but it's great to see they learned from their mistakes. In Zone 7, they're 271 above that threshold.
And a team that's not too very far off. Sphinx, Cooper, and Vidil looking like they need to get absolutely active here. A full-on fight breaking out right now. Japco, Muzz, and Rise getting into the box of another trio there. Talk about chaos unfolding right now. And the feed starting to light up here to really reflect the danger in the lobby.
I'm seeing Mason go down, Curve, 2 different teams losing players, even Donnie. Sphinx, though, the IGL of the team, with 167 below the damage threshold, there's a lot of pressure for him to try to figure out what is the game plan, especially with one of the farthest pulls in the lobby. And now you add on the fact that it's active Surge. Cooper just got taken down because of it. Now it's up to him and Vidil, and by the looks of it, they do not have a lot of resources to heal this. 7 seconds left, 25 HP. He's looking to try to hold this spot, hold the line. 1 HP in a dream. Vidil has it as well. They're getting pressured from all around. Sphinx goes down. Vidil can only take 2 ticks, but now he's above the damage threshold. He just needs to figure out a way to survive, but out of materials, out of time, they go down.
I was going to say, very valiant effort. Sphinx to go for the trade, the tags there, to go ahead and give Vidil just a moment away from the Surge. However, it was just a matter of time before the rest of the lobby caught up. Fully healthy now. Peterbot, Cold jump up to the high ground here. This is I would say, an act of desperation right now to put up the flex. They don't really have the mats to hold this out. However, they're puffing their chest out, trying to look bigger than they really are here, and avoiding damage of the low ground. Could see Amzo, Batman, Booga. Here's my favorite team, I think, to take the weekend. Situated very, very comfortably here come this mid game right now, or actually I should say the end game, as we're starting to inch our way towards it. But Cold and Peterbot starting to get things back under control now from the high ground.
Yeah, this is usually the stage of the game where really everybody's kind of going through battles down below. They don't really have too much time to look up, and that's a blessing for Cold and Peterbot. As soon as a duo or trio sees it, they usually like to try to make a lit game play, and you see a lot of their resources being split between the two because they don't have a lot left. And that's where you see in peeking through the cone, Clix is seeing that as a sign of weakness. We could see a potential Clix and Yamso Bat and Booga high ground retake.
Oh, what a play would that be? They're eyeing things up. They're trying to decide as they're the furthest team to rotate here. Plenty of charges left in a Void Oni mask as well. So they're not going to have a single problem rotating through the rest of this end game. Meanwhile, Cold and Peterbot only have 2 or 3 charges up top. So a much different story, but Clix, Yamso, Batman, Booga land themselves in a world of trouble here. Teams everywhere forced to go through their heavy mats now. The call comes to get up off the layer. Batman, Booga is the last to jump up, but it seems like they have now gathered themselves a moment here. Jabco, Muzz, and Rise, though, are running things on the low ground. They seem to have this fully under control at the moment.
Yeah, 36. It's not a huge feeling of confidence for Storm Surge, but they know at this stage in the game it's going to be more than enough. Agers, Acorn, Pollo, they find another elimination, and they move to the front side of zone, and you kind of notice they're staying away from that ultimate low ground. That's where the chaos, that's where the desperation comes in from a lot of those teams trying to scrape together any bit of placement points.
Crazy to think there was about 5 teams that were really the favorites to take the weekend away, and most of them are still in this game right now. Gonna make for a very interesting game 1 here in the coming moments. Acorn, though, flying too close to the sun, gets the attention of the high ground teams. Meanwhile, the Yamso gets a huge refresher here with Clix and Batman Booga. They are very much in this game as well, and notice they're not playing for low ground right now. They're looking to possibly go for high ground as well. And what a sleeper trio here. Threats and Booga still alive right now, working their low ground spot.
It was big clutches by Booga that kept him in it to get him to this stage, and now we're seeing another opportunity with Threats by his side. This is a duo that had so much experience through last year's FNCS with a big knock in the backside of zone. Agers, Pollo, and Acorn, though, looking like they will not be stopped at any opportunity in turn. They take down and bulldoze through every trio in front of them.
This is crazy. Big set of eliminations there. 7 for Agers and company. Meanwhile, somehow Peterbot and Cold still have high ground, but for how much longer? Clix has turned his attention up to the top here, and they're putting a little bit of pressure down. You can see it's just wood builds. They're completely out. Cold gets knocked down. Agers goes for high. Pollo and Acorn have it now, and they're building up, and it's fully secured here.
No one is going to be able to stop them from here on out. The zone's getting smaller. Peterbot by himself, 4 builds. He has the medallion. That's going to be the hope, but right behind him, that's going to be Clix, Batman, Booga, Yamso leading the way. He's trying to break into a tart, but he doesn't really have any options outside of the zone. The last of the splashes, his only chance to heal, to try to stay alive inside of the top 7. Almost find elimination onto it. Cryptid. If he can get this, he can. That siphon is keeping him alive.
Insane, and the fact that he just can't be seen here because the medallion keeps him invisible. Look at him go! And off to Rise's layer he goes as well. Look at him, just working his way up and down, sneaking, threatening everyone nearby. Another elimination, and Peterbot is starting to heat up.
It's feeling of deja vu from the Global Championship. He does it again. Yamso goes down. This is why we call him one of the most dangerous players in the game. Clix narrowly escaping, almost getting taken down, but Peterbot's not done just yet. Shield's getting cracked. He finds another one on the Clix. Can anybody stop him?
He is still going single-handedly, keeping his team in the game now, and just like that, a top 4 position. But let's turn our focus to who could win this game right now. Pollo, Agers, Acorn in control of the high ground, looking to work their way towards 10 eliminations. There's still 2 teams left. They're fully healthy. Jabco's gonna get one, and Agers is the first to fall, but a trade happens, and it's all going down now, Jacob. It's up to Muzz here. Can he clutch it up?
That was only 2 of our 3 trios. Down below, they went through unnoticed. Down goes Muzz. Pollo's trying to drop down from above. Acorn's already there, taking a lot of damage. He's going to get dropped. Pollo by himself. Can he make the heroic play? He knows 2v1 weak. He's trying to take advantage, but out and around. That's going to be a minute. Braids from down below. Visuals there as well. 3v1, but Pollo's not going to be stopped. Down goes a Minish. 9 HP. Finally making it into the zone. He's trying to let the Storm do his work for the Siphon to come into play.
Very smart play right there. He's going to heal up. It's all up to Visuals now. And it's going to come down to a single shot. Pollo does not miss. He connects when it matters, and he will win game number 1.
What did we just witness? I thought the clutches were over. First Donnie in the group stages, then 20 in the LCQ. Now Pollo on the biggest stage in the Major 1 finals, showing that this roster change for him was worth it.
What a game. And then for everyone to put all the focus on the other teams, you start to forget who Pollo really is, what he did all of last year. There's a reason his name has been amongst the conversation of the greats, the best on NA. Take a look at Acordages and Pollo's highlight reel here come the end game. What a clash, what a game number one, as this stage was truly set for us here.
That was a good old classic situation of Peterbot popping off and his former duo just said, anything you can do, I can do better. In the tightest of situations, 8 eliminations for him, 14 for the team. We know who's in first place, but see, Kelly, Vivid, what did you think of that madness?
Oh my God. That was game number. No.
Oh
No,
my
no, a
gosh.
game that I thought, I really believed for like a moment, like one moment, that like Peterbot was gonna solo clutch that game. Like I really did for like one moment believe. And to have Pollo come out and win game number one is like crazy poetic. I mean, guys, 14 elimination victory royale in a setting where the best trios are on one bus. And I just watched that.
That is serendipity if I have ever seen it. To have Peterbot's incredible solo run be outplayed by his old duo mate Pollo, going one after another, having Agers go down on height. Pollo then a solo having to drop down for the 1v2. That's just game number one, Vivid.
We could probably, you know, Zeke was like, you know, we could probably talk about Peterbot, you know, for the whole entire pre-show if we really wanted to. I feel like we could talk about this game for the rest of the show. There was so much to kind of break down, but it just came down to the clutches. I mean, that, of course, is going to steal the highlight. Pollo, what an incredible job. Jacob caught it. He knew he had to wait for the siphon, letting the Storm do the work there. Finally letting that siphon come in. Had the confidence to take the fight over. Wow. NA. Wow.
I am shocked. Okay, I am just, I don't even know. Okay, look, we're gonna go to a break.
Yeah, we need one.
When we come back, we'll have collected ourselves. I will not have, and we'll talk about what happened in that last game. Stick with us. We'll be back right after this. welcome back to the FNCS. I thought 3 minutes was gonna be enough time.
It was.
I just cannot believe what a statement game we just watched from Pollo, Agers, and Acorn. 14 elimination victory royale, a solo clutch from Pollo. That is a clip for the ages. Oh my gosh. That was just game one, Kelly. That was just game one.
I don't think I can handle this. I don't think I can do 5 more games, but I'm going to have to. And I'm so excited. I'm so happy that this is what NA is bringing us. There has been so many doubters out there being like, oh, NA is going to be boring. Well, they've all shut up now, okay? From game one, here we have Pollo, Acorn, Agers with 121 points. And also in second place, Visual Braids and Diminished. We talked about them at the start of the show. A bit of underdogs in the competition. Getting second place in game one is definitely setting themselves up for success. But of course, Peterbot's insane solo run, Vivid, is what it caused them to get that third place spot.
I mean, yeah, we're obviously going to hone in on the Peterbot effect there at the very end. But I mean, first and foremost, the situation that this trio was put in, they were a duo. Peterbot and Cold were a duo, had the confidence to actually go up to the higher ground, and they held that for the first 2 moving zones there, right? 9th, 10th, 11th. They were actually holding it. I think finally it was Clix' trio that maybe was like, is that a duo up there? And finally some teams started to kind of fly up and start to fight for that higher ground. And then Peterbot. I honestly, my jaw actually hurts right now because I haven't stopped smiling from watching this. And I don't know if that's ever happened since I've been an analyst on the show. Honestly, this was just insane. When you put something like this medallion in the game where you can do these solo plays, Peterbot is going to take full advantage of that. Every single shot hit right there. Every single moment. I mean, he was climbing on things. I didn't even know it was possible. I was like, oh my God, he can do that.
Yes.
Yeah, Peterbot is just insane.
I mean, especially if you put that medallion on him, right? Just running without any slowing down right there. And it literally had to be a trio to stop him. But when he saw all the stragglers, and that's really what they do well, is picking off player by player where they're kind of off by themselves. Just huge props. They are in third place right now, but that is just game number one. But just look at the big names we have on our leaderboard. Muzz, Yapko, Rise, right below them in fourth place. Clix, Batman, Booga, Yamzo in fifth place as well. I mean, all of these trios right here are just top competitors, but of course, we have to talk about Clix, Yamzo, Batman, Booga, going from 200 below Storm to getting 3 eliminations and then 400 above. Being able to recover when you're in shambles is such a key element to success in Fortnite.
You know what, Kelly, I'm going to go ahead and run away with your point right there and say, heck, the conversation about Clix, Yamzo, and Batman Booga for a second. Storm Surge in general. I mean, we were jumping from some of our top name teams to the other one, to the other one, to that one. They were all like below. And we were just sitting there, we're like, what's going on? You know what I mean? Game one, maybe we got some stuff to figure out here. But yeah, everybody seemingly struggling with Storm Surge right there, right? Like Cooper, Vidil, and Sphinx, probably the biggest ones that got kind of like hit by that for sure. But a crazy game number one from start to finish, including that Storm Surge. I mean, some of these teams, they got to figure that out.
Yeah, I mean, thankfully that was just game number one, Vivid. You know, if that was game number 12, we'd be having a very different conversation.
True.
You know, but hey, it's fine. That was just game number one. Let's get 5 more games of that. Wow, we are amped, and we hope that you guys are as well. It is that time. Will game number 2 have that same energy? Will any of these have that same energy? I hope so, because that was wild. With that being said, though, find your seats on the bus. Game number 2 is ready, so casters, take it away.
I wholeheartedly agree. I hope the rest of today and tomorrow continues at this pace, because that was only game number 1. We saw Peterbot heroics, but we saw Pollo really show up and show out.
Yeah, man, I thought that after the break, you know, the highlights, the reactions from the community was going to be enough to, like, you know, give me what I needed for the weekend. But no, I need more. The action is just incredible. And at this pace, I don't know if we're going to have a voice for tomorrow. Talk about a game number 1. That's just setting the stage now as we're jumping in for game number 2. And by the way, shout out to Faxity. I can hear his voice through Twitter here in my house. He was going crazy for the pop-off game. You can really just feel feel the energy going crazy right now.
Yeah, that energy is contagious, even popping up all the reaction streams on the side. But it's now time for game number 2. Will it be just as exciting? Let's find out. Monster, let's go ahead and talk about another team, though. It's easy to get excited about the Peterbots, the Poise, but Visuals, Braids, and Aminish. We talked about them being contested at that little rainbow field just above Hopeful Heights. Well, guess what? They not only destroyed that off-spawn fight rather quickly, they immediately rotated north with the zone. That is a recipe for success for them. If they can continue to replicate that, I'll have no worries for them for the rest of the day.
Yeah, and you know what? Just to kind of bring the conversation to Storm Surge, all of our teams that we thought would be coasting through this game number 1 into the mid game, into the end game, seem to have had some difficult problems maintaining the damage. But this is one of those things you cannot practice for. You can't prepare for. Real finals lobbies is just so different, right? Everyone slows down. Things really start to become harder, right, than any other type of time, even in the weeks leading up to it. So now more than ever, you have to hit your shots. And you have to commit to these fights. I think game 1 showed this. You can't just walk away from these battles. You need to finish them.
Yeah, and this is like 2 examples where they kind of disengaged on out, but it's changing up here early in game number 2. Chimp's already down, Skittles follows, and Victor V is no more. G-Money, Seek, and OSIT already claim Magic Moses as their own.
Huge set of eliminations right here. Magic Mosses had to get wrapped up quickly. Sid, G-Monster, and Seek now winning this fight is a huge start for them. They need the points here to go ahead and kind of catch back up, make up for lost time. For Skittles, Chimp, and Victor V, though, it's going to be a major setback for anyone else. But listen, Power in Polis right now here at the Canyon Crossing seem to continue to have problems right now against 20, Void, and Broken. And like I said, notice the difference between this game and the last. 10 players now, fully eliminated teams have recognized, okay, we're contested. We need to get these eliminations, get this damage, and move on with the game. So yeah, the dynamics now, Jacob, are going to be very different compared to game number 1.
Yeah, and I don't think it's so much just about the loot when they're splitting these drops, Monster, even though that is a good point, but it's exactly what you were talking about, the surge. The Storm Surge from game 1 was very, very telling. Even Vivid said a lot of our top-tier teams that you wouldn't guess be struggling on that Storm Surge were actually below and around that threshold itself. So I think off-spawn fights like this are become more and more impactful and actually getting the damage, finishing them early, so you actually give yourself a shot to play the rest of the game out with less worries.
And you know what? I called it in game number 1 when I saw teams kind of taking these extended fights, tagging one another. It's trios. The one thing that came to my mind is that first surge is going to be very, very high. And that's what happened. That's what happens when you take fights and you kind of don't finish them. Players just heal and it keeps going. But enough of that. Braids, Visuals, and Minish are holding on to their top 3 position right now. Pretty much holding on for dear life here as they've already lost a man here. Visuals down in the box. Will they allow the team to get the pickup here is the real question. Swappy nearly picked up, but looks like Kix is the one playing defense right now, and they're not too happy about this. Aminish looks like he's calling for the disengage, but Braids is deep in it. And unfortunately, they are going to have to give it up now.
Yeah, I think that return was just kind of get that reboot card back on out. Gonna go ahead and use this van right here, but you saw that he threw the orb early on just in case they continue to get pushed. They can kind of make their way on out with ease, but just judging by the minimap, nobody really making their way on over. After a fight like that, in a drop spot like this, I think both of them kind of know we need resources, we need materials, we need loot in order to have a good game, whether we win this fight or not.
And look at this, Skater, Dash, and Oliver OG, where in game number 1, they allowed Chaos Gaming, Noah to back out, right? They're like, no, not this time, taking full advantage of the high ground here. And they're pushing in on DC Awesomer. Ronan Dash has got the Void Oni Mask right on top of his opponent here, but looks like Chaos Gaming might be the most out of position right now. He's gonna go ahead and go for it here shortly. Skater's here to back him up as well. And this is gonna be looking like a set of eliminations to be picked up here.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for Chaos. 2v1. His teammates already abandoned him. It's almost a necessary evil to try to stay alive and keep the game intact, but now they're immediately trying to beeline, follow DC, not really let him out. And the thing is, DC's going to have to return back to this side of the map regardless, and whoever he wants those reboot cards. And I think this is going to be a really interesting decision for Oliver, Skater, and Dash if they want to continue to follow this solo across the map, because you know as well as I do, the longer contested off-spot and fights go, the riskier that third party is going to be, and already you see one team moving on over.
Team's starting to slide in down to the hopeful heights here, and they're moving pretty quickly now. Dash trying to get out of there. And they're gonna have to fully dip now. Skater, one of the ones left behind, and that's just how quickly things can change here on the big stage. Not even the best loadout either, right? They're leaving behind so much of their drop spot here. This is gonna be a very tough game for them to go ahead and try to find themselves situated, but the damage has been done. Meanwhile, Aminished and Visuals, from one bad situation to another, they find themselves at the Seaport City, and looks like Bugha and crew are welcoming this team here. They had a bit of a problem last game finding their activity in the early game, so this could be a boon for them.
Could be a blessing, could be a curse, but for now, I think for Oliver, Skater, chasing them so far out the map, getting separated. You see Oliver OG had no choice but to get separated from the rest of his team. You see in the minimap, the two solos just kind of scrambled around, and there goes that team that Visual and Braids originally contested, also moving on over in this direction. And you saw just kind of being dictated from game one. All these players realizing like, hey, we need to get our surge early. We need to make sure that we're at least above a certain threshold so that way we can focus on our rotations when that time comes.
Like what I'm watching right now with this little standoff here, Press, Clixie, and Drewbot really looking to commit right now. They're still safe for the time being on the Storm. Seem like they have this thing somewhat under control, but they're giving Tony, Creo, and Zeus a little too much time, it seems like, to go and get situated. Meanwhile, another team starting to look in as well. Danger lurking ever so closely. Who could it be? Meanwhile, Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual in a completely different fight here at the Magic Mosses. They've rotated straight out of their drop and into another squad.
This is typically how they like to fight for their surge early on, get above that threshold. And it's kind of these prolonged fights where they land damage, the other team heals, and they just keep going at it. Got to be careful, though. The longer this one takes, that team towards the east side could potentially move in, but you take notice. Peterbot is kind of just forcing them into one angle. Cold is taking the tops of those builds, and as soon as they pressure him in a situation just like this, it's like taking candy from a baby. Two more players are going to drop. They're leaving Taram as a solo, who's also taking damage while he's trying to disengage.
You could run, but you can't hide. Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual on the hunt right now. And here's the thing about Peterbot. He plays like he is a 2 or 3 man army on his own, right? You can really leave him to his own devices and he'll go ahead and make sure things get done. And so can Cold. And look at this. All of a sudden now, this team levels up. 3 eliminations, already off to a much better start comparatively than to game number 1. And they found the surge, the damage that they need. If their group stages is telling of what might come next, they should be setting themselves up for a big end game right now. Meanwhile, Clix, Batman, Bugha, and Yamzo can't say the same for them, right? They've had a relatively quiet start to their game. They're relatively maxed on material here, and now they need to start finding themselves into some types of situations to find damage.
You know, for their lobbies this season, I know you're kind of a fan of this team. I think everybody, rightfully so, they've got about a 23% win rate when it comes to set lobbies this season in finals. There's only one team higher than them. That's Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual at 28% as well. So as long as they can continue to stay above that Storm Surge threshold early on in the game, I think that's where they're going to continue to find that most success. It's when they don't have that surge, when they're running around the map separated and kind of forced into box fight situations, is where they're going to have their struggles.
Yeah, and a lot of teams find themselves in those spots, right? How do you figure out what is your weak point in your strategy? And really, there's very limited time to practice. You don't get to feel this type of simulation anywhere else other than finals. It really does become a reality check, I think, for most competitors. And unless you've been to many, many grand finals or final settings, then you just have no idea how much it really takes to find yourself in a good spot in a lobby like this. But for Japco, Rise, and Muzz, they have everything it takes to be a championship caliber trio. They're flexing it just right now. So far, they have the zone. They're right in between 2 spots. Their team's nicely spread across the kind of canvas here and seems to be working pretty well for them so far.
Yeah, and you got to take note. They land at the Shattered Span, so they immediately noticed the zone, rotated south, trying to hope that that congested south side of the map where a lot of teams are contesting are being where they can find the surge. And a team very, very similar, but without having to rotate is Vidil, Sphinx, and Cooper. kind of a disaster happened in that last game. Just weren't able to control their storm surge. They were kind of stuck in a situation, using a lot of their heals and forced to fight with the zone moving over this side of the map very, very early on. They know a lot of teams from the west, any teams that are remaining on the south, are going to have to rotate through their direction, and they're hoping that's how they're going to accumulate their surge.
Oh, look at this, though. Creo putting pressure right now. He's going to find the shield breaks onto Cold there. Peterbot and Ritual forced into playing offense on their own for a second now. Creo, though, has to be careful here. Looks like he's already done woken the bear now. Off they go, rotating out as they see the push come back. And again, this is still inside the Magic Mosses. One of the very interesting things that we talked about, Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, is that they can afford to do whatever they want in their early game because teams are going to move really quickly away from them, right, for the most part. So they have complete, I would say, control of this terrain right now.
Yeah, and this is exactly what kind of Vivid was breaking down in the pregame. They got that early game fight, so you got to imagine where they're at in terms of the storm surge numbers, staying in the zone, rotating all the way towards the dead side to try to find an easy and smooth way in. And when they see these teams along the way, they're going to go ahead and pop some shots and seek to get the first one down in a split second. And I don't think his team's going to have enough time to react. That's G-Money and Ozid that's going to be left alive without Seek.
And you notice how quickly they threw those Void Oni masks. There wasn't a single ounce of hesitation in that trio. They got the knock and immediately shoot, shoot, shoot. They're all there. And you're down and the loot is theirs to keep now. And that's just going to give them more confidence to play dead side rotate, more confidence to go ahead and get in the center of the map here come the mid game.
It's a huge difference from game one. About 88, 89 people at this stage in the game. And I did see a knock from the Amzo in the feed, and you're seeing how it's getting cleaned up. Quicks gets the elimination. Jojo is trying to get away. Aoxy gets caught out. That's basically a solo here. And you know as well as I do, only because they're in zone, they might not go for the chase. But if this was anywhere else, they would make sure to hunt down that solo.
Just watching these trios come together makes this FNCS feel so special right now. There's something in the air here. I am just enjoying every single minute of these clashes, these engagements right now. The top teams really putting it down right now, showing us why they are here, why they deserve to be in the finals, and honestly why they're amongst the best and the favorites, right, of the region here to perform well. Every single big name trio we've expected to perform well are doing just that, especially come game number 2 right now, where the experience really starts to take the lead.
From one fight to the next, you see that 4th elimination. They didn't get too greedy on trying to follow those other 2 players out, just trying to rotate with the zone. And this is almost nearby their old POI, Brutal Boxcars. They heard a reboot van in the distance, and I think they're just going to try to move their way on over, try to gather where all these other teams on the north side of the map are making their way in towards the zone, while it looks like Cold and Ritual are going to position themselves on the Brutal Boxcars mountain, so that way they can continue to accumulate surge in that regard as well.
Let's take a look here. A couple pop tags from Cold right now. Talk about activity when they really don't even need to continue to be this active, but it seems like game 1's a bit of a scare here for Cold, Peterbot, and Ritual. Making them think twice about their surge situation right now. They don't want to be in the same spot that they found themselves in game number 1.
For them, I think it's just wait a minute, see where zone goes, make a move from there. On the other side, though, I do believe they already got a knock onto one player. They see them rotating away in towards the north, taking the launch pad. You know they're going to use their mask, whatever they can do to close the distance as much as possible. It does look like Rise and Muzz are going to be the first ones on over towards the island, and this is where they have a chance to spot him in the water. And it's going to be Yapko that actually does spot out that solo first.
Still deciding if they're going to make a move for it. Void Oni mask charges being used up. Not sure how I feel about this overcommitment right now, but they're feeling pretty confident. The tag comes in. Rise almost caught out of position right there. Now has to wait for his team. Big Box comes out. Early splashes as well. Ooh, comes to Muzz's rescue there as he's got the couple splashes. The zone almost put them in a bad spot, but seems like things are going to settle now. Menace Visuals and Braids are saying, hey, you know what? Bring this action. We want it. Typhoon Blazer out. No connections just yet. Defense looking sound here for Muzz's trio. But Muzz A bit of a scramble right now, forcing low ground, and a knock happens. Braids is down and out. It's up to Visuals here to try to clutch it up. Diminished already in a full-on fledged battle. Japko back against the wall as well as he continues to get forced into the storm.
Yeah, great repositioning by Yapko, knowing that they were kind of knocking on the door. He was weak. A lot of damage was dealt, but he's trying to reunite. And there goes Muzz, winning a huge fight yet again. And now they have the Kappa factory where they can instantly try to get that reboot back, get all that loot that they lost before trying to rotate to zone. But they got to be quick because it does look like it's pulling away.
Well, you know what they say, no pain, no gain. That was a fight that was definitely risky, and now it pays off. And think about what they just did. They took down the second place team here, slowing down the momentum for Visuals and Braids. Diminished, sending them right back to the lobby and giving them space here. A little bit of runway, right, to start taking a lead.
Just where the zone just kind of pulling all the way towards the east, a little bit of the south. You think back, that might help Muzz Rise Yapko when they finally get that reboot off. But for Clicks, Yamzo, Batman, Booga, they're almost 600 above the damage threshold. They're just trying to smoothly move their way in towards zone, find themselves a good spot. They're learning after each and every moment in these games, so that way they don't make that same mistake twice. This chance, Donnie and Mason, 169 below the damage threshold. Even though they're right next to the zone, they know they need that Storm Surge now in this 5th zone before the game gets progressively harder for them with each and every following zone.
One of the best parts about game number 1 being so slow and then intense on the Storm Surge is we've had a nice trickle of consistent action for us here in game number 2 as our better teams have recognize their weak points in game 1 and fast adjustments being made here. But for Donnie, Chance, and Mason, they have that pressure of the surge here. It seems like enough wasn't done here, and it's going to be an all-out fight now. Mason looking to crash through the builds there. They find death on the side, but Donnie can't quite break in, and they lose a player for their troubles, and still no damage. So all of that set for nothing, and already Chance sent out. It's all up to Donnie. It's not looking good. This should be a quick set of eliminations here for him, but zone's already doing damage. The surge is already active.
That was tough. Or they thought there was the hope and chance. Almost deja vu for him winning the game. He got the first knock, just unfortunately with Storm Surge and a whole nother player walking him down. There's only so much one player can do. And you can see how active the lobby is getting now that Storm Surge is kind of dictating a lot of this flow. Some players above, but that doesn't mean they're same, because a team like Nut, who's down below the damage threshold, is immediately trying to progress and aggress onto them. Unfortunately enough, Possessed, Ralphie, Diego Plays going to be able to hold their ground and get that singular elimination before they rotate.
There goes the Void Oni mask. Look at where the zone's ending right now. It's bringing its way towards the Seaport City. Very heavy amount of player activity happening on that north side right now. Most of our teams that are desperate for Surge seem like they're going to be landing themselves right in the mix here shortly. Ralphie, Possessed, and Diego just got a little bit of time to work with here now before the zone closes and things start to get real desperate. Meanwhile, Clixianzo and Batman Booga are one of the teams kind of lurking nearby. Possessed, Ralphie, and Diego have no idea.
Rotating north is just going to be hard, because even if they make it through all these buildings at Seaport City, they got to go across the mountain ranges where you already see 2-3 teams positioned up. They're hoping if they move towards the right, they not only get a position in toward the zone, but a spot where they can look back, try to get some surge. It's Batman, Booga, Yamzo, and Clicks to seem are a little bit busy, and that's their opportunity. They're trying to surprise attack. 61, Storm Surge is active as well. They got to hurry up because things are not looking good.
This is what happens when you don't find your early game fights. Things start to go downhill, and although they do have an elimination, you could just see that number, that threshold is steadily rising here. 140 damage, though, is definitely surmountable, but it's going to come at the hands or the expense of Clixianzo and Batman Booga. Let's see if they can defend themselves well. Of course they can. Into the trap door, he falls, and down one goes. Clicks now forced to go ahead and recover here shortly. Couple of teams starting to focus in on them, though. This could end pretty badly now.
Just got to try to hold on as long as possible. That Storm Surge do a lot of the dirty work. Diego Plays, Possessed, even without a teammate, they're still not finding the opportunities that they're looking for. 118 and counting, which means they're going to have to get more and more risky to try to find what they look. Possessed is going to go down. Storm Surge is going to take him out. Diego Plays with only 15 damage needed, but it doesn't matter. Clicks, Batman, Booga, and Yamzo strike back, get the eliminations, and help their own Surge game.
I was going to say, interestingly enough, they actually needed that fight. At some point or another, it seems like they started to fall behind. So it seems like sometimes you just need a little bit of luck on your side as things start to fall into your favor there. Now more than ever, though, Bolts, Rapid, and Kanata are pretty happy about this position they found themselves in. On the outskirts of the zone, no one really pressuring them here, and they've got full information being downloaded here on the rest of the lobby. And that's how you win a game right there. You start to really take in what is unfolding just like this, and all of a sudden you can find yourself in a great position. Meanwhile, Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, no problem with the Surge this game. However, not the most prime position just yet.
Yeah, and you kind of see Storm Surge activate 7th zone. It needs to go down to about 42 players. That's 12 individuals that do need to fall, or 4 straight trios, so it's not going to be easy to try to survive this. But for Yamto, Batman, Booga, and Clicks, the early game scuffle is proving to be rewarding. They not only got Surge, but enough loot to kind of hold their position. But they see the zone pulls, and it's going to be one of the farthest pulls in the lobby. And immediately, so the IGL of the team scouting out where they need to void. And it looks like they're going to make a quick rotation out of all this mess and not be one of the last teams out.
Tough spot to be in right now, but they have to move now. Yamto, Batman, Booga, Clicks here, one of the first to go in and start rotating out. Very nicely done for them. They're going to be on the outskirts. Vidil, Sphinx, and Cooper have to get a move on as well. This is probably the worst we've seen them in so far. Only 128 above, a single elimination. They haven't really earned much this game. However, the pressure continuing to add up right now. And off they go. And they are still so very far from the safe zone. It's going to cost them a little bit more. Luckily, the sky is clear here for the Void Onimass rotate. Meanwhile, Cold, Ritual, and Peterbot on the move now as well. A little bit of a late rotate for them too, but Void Onimass, of course, making that no problem for them now.
Yeah, you can see, because they haven't had the most forgiving rotation this time around, coming in from the north all the way to the south. Material is not necessarily looking the best, but they're looking around to see if there's any potential refreshes that they could try to get. Muzz, Rise, Yapko, no, they're not in just yet. They quickly try to go ahead and one orb towards the top. This is where they're going to try to position themselves above some of these other teams, but not above Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts. They were quick to move from zone to zone, and now they're the kings on top of the castle for now.
And this is what happens when you pull the zone so perfectly like that, and they have the download of the rest of the lobby. I was literally setting the stage, and the zone couldn't have been better for them, but first we got to see what's going on here in Boyo's world. Agers and Acorn got some big pressure coming in here. Boyo looking for any kind of elimination right now, but nothing's going to come his way just yet. But it does seem like they find themselves a little bit of loot here. Kind of falling into their box right now. Can't be upset at that.
Time was going to be on their side. They're in the front side of the zone, but so is Muzz, Rise, Yapko, and that's something that you really have to start to be careful for. At least cognizant of who's going to try to overtrack you. They're only 31 above the damage threshold, as Kanata, Rapid, and Bolt still holding on their position in the clouds. Ritual, Peterbot, Cold trying to claim the position in front of everybody else. Zone after zone. It's still a little bit too early to know if anybody's going to try to take that high ground away.
Let's see it, though. Pressure coming in. Clicks, Yamzo, Batman, Booga maintaining this kind of second height visual right now. No problem as far as their loadout's concerned. Things are seemingly starting to come together for them, but a refresh could be nice here. Meanwhile, Yamzo's starting to lead out. Matt's starting to run a bit lighter here for the front side tarp. Only wood left and remaining. Second height starts to get the pressure here. They're looking down. It's Cold, it's Ritual, it's Peterbot who's down below them. Meanwhile, High Ground does have two teams potentially looking to poise up. Clicks and company go up forward height, and Cold and company take the low ground.
They're just continuously trying to bulldoze their way through these teams. They know they don't necessarily need Storm Surge. It's just about materials and eliminations. As Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts continue to pour down pressure, Jack's going to go down. Cease is going to be left by himself. He has to make a big clutch happen, just like he did to get to this stage alone. But he's going to fall. The whole team's going to be ripped apart. Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual box to box against Acorn, Agers, and Poyo, the team that won Game 1.
Top 10 situation right now. This is where the points really start to add up. But look at this, only 30 builds here, 3 mats left. What can Peterbot and team do? They're gonna need a refresh, and Edgy is gonna be the one first to fall here now. Peterbot gets the siphon, so he goes into the storm for the loot. The risk was worth it. The team following close behind, and look at how they work as a unit right now. That is exactly what we expect of a team this good. Agers, Boyo, Acorn are doing it once again now, maintaining control of the low ground. Great shots here by Agers. He's working back and forth. Booga's gonna fall. Peterbot loses his teammates. It's all up to him and Ritual now.
We've seen this movie before. We know what he can do by himself. Looks to the back. Acorn gets spotted out. Not enough damage for Peterbot to get the elimination. He gets jumped on from above. Quickly scurries to the zone. 7 HP in a dream as he's looking around for any opportunity that he can to get a singular elimination for the Siphon, but he finds nothing. Peterbot goes down. Sphinx, Badil, Cooper. A resurgence of a performance here in game 2. They're looking for the win.
They needed this comeback right now. They needed to get themselves back on the board. Agers, though, is the last man standing. He takes down Yako. He's looking for a Siphon. There it is. The points start to add up. The health is coming back for him. Meanwhile, he turns his high ground attention up top. It's Kanata who's still there. Agers swinging all types of around now. It seems like he's got his bearings back under his feet here. And things are starting to simmer down. There's a lot of fragmented teams alive, though. Anything can still happen right now.
I don't think there's anybody that's a full trio left in this game, and Ager is trying to use that to his advantage, trying to go to unnoticed, but Rise is on the other side. Eventually, they'll crash, and it does look like it's going to be Agers to get the elimination. Siphon coming into play just in the nick of time, trying to keep him alive, but the fight comes out. Kanata takes down Cooper. 2v1 situation. Kanata going for one angle, Rapid on the other, and they seal the deal. 12 eliminations, but Kanata in the double digits with 10.
And if there's anyone that needs that little bit of confidence boost, is someone like Kanata, who plays off of the momentum of his mood and wait for him to take that game 2 victory right there. That's going to really put him in a good spot now, Jacob, for the rest of the day here.
Yeah, you talked about the attitude, the confidence. This guy's got to be feeling good, and that brings it all around to his teammates as well. Bolts and Rapid, even though Bolts dropped down low, trying to go for eliminations, he eventually fell. You got to imagine the distraction and the damage that he actually did to the players down below, because we saw nobody was a full trio.
Take a look at the high ground position here. We didn't even really get to tune in with their perspective, but it looked so easy for them as no one contested them from up above, and Kanata's pressure was just too good. Look at him rack up the eliminations here, really leading his team right now and honestly solidifying the victory for the squad. Must feel good to also land the final shot right there. What a big game now for Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts there, Zeke.
Kanata, let's go! Oh my god! What am I watching, dude? What are these games? I cannot believe what just the 2 first games of Major 1 Finals have given us. What's so crazy about this game is we're literally bouncing from trio to trio, and then the moment we get the white shot, we look up and we go, wait a minute, Kanata, Rapid, Bolts, are you guys on height? And they win!
Yeah, they had that tower, like you can see right here, from 8th zone, and I thought, no way are they going to be able to convert this into high ground, and they do that. But then we see Bolts go down, and I go like, well, no way that they're going to be able to hold high ground, and they still do that. Kanata has to be one of the best fraggers from high ground. To get double-digit eliminations from that position is almost unheard of. And to speak on where they were in game 1, they ended in 21st place. So to jump up so far, to recover, and you know that this team is a very emotional trio, or Kanata is, to see them go from 21st to 1st place, you know that they have to feel good.
Yeah, but what a huge burst of confidence that must be, right? I mean, for Kanata, just as himself personally, as a player, obviously for the trio as well. I mean, winning a game, but 10 eliminations, breaking into the double digits already in game number 2, especially after that first game kind of slipped out of their hands. Still though, even saying that, middle of that game right there, Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts looked like they were a little bit lower on the Storm Surge. I'm surprised they were actually able to bring that back and convert that game. But yeah, Kanata put it on a show, and well done to this team, holding the high ground, receiving no types of pressure, just cleaning up the rest of the game.
Dude, let's go. We have to go to a break. When we return, though, don't worry. We'll break that win down and so much more. We'll be right back. Let's go! Welcome back, everyone, to the FNCS. We just got a sneak peek at the standings, and I'm about to lose my mind. First 2 games of NAC have not disappointed. We have seen some of the craziest plays, some high-profile trios, all battling it out, all going head-to-head. This is crazy, but that last game, Bolt, Rapid, Kanata get themselves a victory royale. Once again, we see a victory royale coming out with double digits, but look at these standings. Agers, Acorn, Poyo, almost 100 points ahead. Games in second and first, back-to-back, 13 eliminations, 14 eliminations. Kelly, what am I looking at?
I mean, you're looking at what a lot of people expected from them. When we saw Poyo get picked up by Agers and Acorn, they had a great first Div Cup, but then they kind of floundered a little bit during the play-ins. Group stages wasn't exactly what they wanted. And, you know, we actually talked about it at the start of the show, like what vibes are we going to get from this trio? And they don't need the vibes. They're here to just do business. They know exactly what they're locked in for, and this is what we expected from this trio. They are absolutely stomping the competition from low ground, from high ground, regardless, Vivid. They are running away with it.
Yeah, I mean, like I mentioned it earlier, but I was like, yeah, their group stage games, they did not look like they were going to do well in those early and mid games, like at all. They needed to kind of clean that up. And for finals, right now, these games, they have for sure cleaned up those early and mid games. They look like such a healthy team throughout all stages of the game right now, and it is translating very, very well. I mean, a first place with 14 eliminations, second place with 13 eliminations, literally cannot be stopped right now. Almost 100 points out of the competition.
I just look at the elims, right? Look at the placement points. I mean, what am I looking at? That should, you know what's crazy? What I love is that should say Peterbot, and it doesn't. It says Poyo. So everyone out there who's been like, oh, Poyo doesn't carry, but show Peterbot, you're a liar. Check the stats, homie. Look at how crazy this is. We have just seen 2 games. I don't even know. My heart is racing. My little bird heart is racing right now, and I'm going to lose my mind. But there's still a ton of things we wanted to highlight. I mean, even just look at this top 5. Look at these names. I mean, guys, we are fighting here for one of those 2 spots going to the Global Championships, and it is so apparent.
I mean, honestly, I was really impressed with Muzz, Yapko, and Rise right there. We saw this crazy early rotation all the way to the southeast edge there, just to make sure that they grabbed some tags, just to make sure that they grabbed some eliminations. They were able to take down Braids' trio right there, who was previously in second place, and then they just were able to use that and convert it into such a great low ground. And I kind of like this Blade Oni mask hold that Muzz had right there. It definitely seemed to be, you know, more of a contingency plan, whether that it didn't work out for them or not, but regardless, they were able to just kind of have a great end game there. Rise having to go for a solo run, and that seems to be kind of the repeat story we're seeing, Vivid, is that these solo clutches, it's kind of what's holding up our top 5 right now.
Yeah, super incredible job there, but also we've got a couple of teams that were kind of playing catch up, right? They had a bad first game like Video, Cooper, and Sinks. They've kind of snuck in their way up to 11th place, but then obviously Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts winning that game. I mean, they had 3 points after that first game, and now they're in 5th place. So that win right there was extremely important for them.
So big. I mean, even Peterbot, right? Once again, you know, what's crazy, we talked about them being this unstoppable trio, but again, we're put in a similar situation in this last game, right? Everyone goes down. It's Peterbot left as a solo. So do we think that these guys are maybe having issues? Like, why does this, why, obviously it's just 2 out of 12 games. I don't want to get crazy here, but you know, it's happened back to back. So what's happening?
I don't want to speak for Cold and Ritual too much, but Peterbot actually historically has been a day 2 player. I think that they definitely lock in once they get their first day 1 done. And that's definitely worked out for him back when 1.5x points for day 2 was a thing. Obviously, this isn't affecting him too much. You know, the fact that they have been put into a solo situation in both games now, and they're sitting in 3rd place is definitely not the worst position to be in.
I mean, I don't think that we've actually seen a good game from them yet so far, right? They haven't, you know, been a trio, a solid trio with, you know, healthy materials and everything ready to go. So hopefully in game number 3, they can kind of switch that around and we can see a healthy end game from them.
Let's find out. I'm getting word it is that time once again. Right back into the action we go. So casters, take it away.
Yeah, I think you hit it right there. The money on the head right there, because what we've just seen is that's just their worst games, right? This is not even what they're truly capable of just yet. And don't forget, we're just getting started. There's still 4 big games in front of us, Jacob. In day 1, your performance matters now more than ever, right? There is no multiplier for day 2.
Yeah, it's going to be so hard for these teams to catch up. There's not going to be a lot of time to make the adjustments. But Peterbot's playing phenomenally well. 3,600 damage, most damage in the game. But Pollo is playing just a little bit better. He is the elimination leader right now after 2 games. Will that change? Because the Battle Bus is ready for Game 3, Monster. Let's get into it.
Major 1 Finals Game 3 starts right now. Very interesting kickoff to the weekend so far, as Finals Day 1, Game 1 and Game 2 have definitely kept us on our toes. The story just really starting to take shape now. 70+ points ahead of the competition. Agers, Acorn, and Pollo find themselves right now. Can they maintain the lead is the question everyone is wondering. However, we are just getting started, right? I really don't think you can count out any of the teams inside the top 5. There's a reason all 5 of those trios were the trios at the top of everyone's list. So I do think we are in for a great competition to come.
Fight that we saw kind of in Game 1 a little bit slow. In Game 2 you saw ended rather quick, probably depended on those drop spots. This time around over towards Magic Mosses, you see it just a little bit split out. They don't want to kind of put it all to the test because it's exactly what you were talking about. 12 games throughout the weekend, Monster. It's truly a marathon and not a race. And you got to make sure you don't just gas yourselves out and kind of lose sight of what's important. But from one fight to the next, it does look like Cease, Jack, and Blake contested again. From groups to this, they figure out a way to win off spawn.
Yeah, I just think this leaderboard is going to look very different by the time the day is over. I'm willing to hedge the bets on it, but let's take a look at what's going on here. We saw a little glimpse of Cease, Jack, and Blake making their way into that end game just before. They're still looking to get their footing. First set of eliminations going to fall right into their point threshold there. Very nice. Meanwhile, Sinetto, Scare, and Veer. Strong Game 1 performance, kind of fizzled out come the end game, and then Game 2, bit of a struggle after getting contested. But the Whiffy Wharf, not big enough for 2. You can see their loadout looking pretty desperate here right now. I wonder, when are they going to push?
Yeah, there's really not a ton of loot directly in Whiffy. Usually if you get this uncontested, you go towards the north. There's a lighthouse there with more loot. Sometimes a little bit towards the south. But for 2 teams to land at this one drop spot, both of them are going to be, wouldn't necessarily say in shambles because it depends on what you actually get, but they're going to be hurting the longer that fight actually does take on that side of the map. Chimp, Skittles, Victor V, you saw them contested. You saw them kind of spread out in the early game instead of taking their contested fight straight out. And they immediately move over towards Brutal Boxcars. They're just trying to get as much metal as they can. That's one of the few resources towards the north side of the map that they actually lack.
Yeah, always tough to find that metal. Skittles, Chimp, and Victor V right now. Just looking to trade some tags here with teams in the vicinity. Nothing big comes out of it just yet, but they do have an early elimination off kind of picking one of these players off. So they're trying to see if they can set themselves up to potentially collapse now, but no. Instead, they back off. It's the right play, right? Game number 3. Everyone's still looking to kind of situate themselves, build a strong foundation here for day 1. Meanwhile, at the Flooded Frogs, Cold, Ritual, and Peterbot, we all know there is really nothing that can stop this team if you get them into endgame. It's just runaway train scenarios unfold game after game.
Yeah, the accolades for this team continues to kind of stack up. Placed top 3 in over half of their finals games this season. No, it's not just opens, finals, stacked lobbies. We're the best of the best. They're usually claiming that top spot time and time again, and it's because of just the immense skill and the ability to claim these drop spots like Flooded Frogs. They moved over from Brutal Boxcars, but the changes happened to Flooded Frogs. The water actually dissipated, unlocked this vault right here that we're seeing Peterbot loot, which gives you almost guaranteed weapons, guaranteed mobility, something that they're able to use for this early game, while some teams might not actually have a Mask or a Typhoon Blade or a Kinetic Blade.
And can we just give credit to him not even wasting the shield kegs? He's willing to keep it down to the last tag in case they need to double back into the storm, play a little bit further. It's the little things. They really have their entire drop mapped out, and I don't think people give him enough credit for the preparation.
That's incredible. The international trio have the most shotgun damage out of every team, and they're at the top of the leaderboard, so they're fighting for every single inch that they have in this game, and they've done so by traveling north, south, east, west. They're quick to the punch to try to get position over every other team in these early zones.
Sales Encrypted have seemingly jumped into the action here. I don't know who invited them, but Chimp, Skittles, and Victor V has had their drop spot just fully invaded round after round. And you can see it's weighing heavily on their points right now. Wonder where G Money has gone off to at this point.
Moving past this position, if anybody kind of positions on top of that actual mountain, it's not going to come without its own risk of possibly just kind of getting tagged up by Surge. But you see the importance of metal, teams willing to converge on that location. Others are having no stress. Others are having all of it. Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold looking to fight another one of these early game scuffles to try to get their Surge to really set themselves up for some of those performances that they've been having so far. And you see that they're kind of pushing each other into one another. Peterbot taking all the walls on that side, trusting his team to stay alive and put the same pressure on the other side.
What I like about this is no two games are the same, right? They've gone a completely different way this time around. Peterbot, though, is going to be the first to fall here to the hands of Fredbot and Nut there on the other side of the wall. Meanwhile, Ritual and Cold seemingly deciding, hey, wait a second, we haven't done enough damage. Let's get out of here. And they actually back off.
Smart decision for them, but for Nut, Fredbot, and Liam, this is going to be one that you kind of know who it is. You took down Peterbot. Do you chase the other two? And we're going to see how Peterbot actually went down, just getting a little bit too aggressive. Nut was not only able to hit the shots that matter, spray him down, and get the siphon because he just had a sliver of HP himself.
Did notice they started to move towards Cold and Ritual's way, but hold that thought. Creo, Zeus, and Tony have moved out of the Brutal. Seems like they've gotten chased by Encrypted Sales here. And this team wants a little bit of action. Both sides putting the damage on. It's going to be a fight for height. More tags coming in, though. Other teams starting to look in now. This is not a free 3-on-3 at all.
Yeah, it's going to be a risky fight, no matter the case, especially for a team that's positioned not only on top of the mountain, but down below all the rest of those builds. So teams looking in this direction as they kind of build their way up. That is going to be free and easy Surge. So I do like the decision, not only to disengage, but kind of slow things down. Try to different spot as Death just gets tagged up from all around the lobby. As good a position it is for these Surge bases, you got to watch out because as soon as you peek over, it just makes you susceptible to just beams just like that.
A lot of action happening here. This is what's allowing Death, Encrypted, and Sales to remain inside the top 10. These early Surge bases are definitely important. Meanwhile, Oreo, Acorn, and Agers right now, our game 1 and 2 leaders right now, respectfully placing up at the top. This doesn't get better to a tournament start than that. And then to think 14 and 13 elimination games. Of all those eliminations, Boyos have picked up 11 through those 2 games, leading by, I'd say, a fair margin across the rest of the competition right now.
You can kind of see that uncontested night shift. They're easily making those rotations in towards the east. They got options to get Surge as well. The Bird contested by 2 teams if they want to look south. Donnie and Mason land just above them to the north. If they're feeling risky enough, clicks Yamzo Batman Booga over towards Lost Lake. So you can see how they're progressively getting better in terms of accumulating that Surge game after game. So that way they don't have to worry about it, unlike some of the rest of the teams in this lobby.
Curly, Nox, and Virgo on the move right now down at the Hopeful Heights here. They've got their eyes on a trio next door. Noxy already calling the scout here. They seem like they've had a bit of a struggle out of their drop. We already know they've gotten into some early contested fights here.
I feel like because I think 5 of the 8 contested drops that we're seeing throughout the day, obviously if somebody changes it up, that changes it up, but 5 of them are on the south side of the map, 2 of them directly next to Noxy, Virgo, and Curly. So they're quickly trying to rotate, get as much Surge as possible, and take advantage of those fights. But I think a lot of the lobby is realizing how quick and important it is to kind of rotate, get your surge, get out of there. So as soon as they held their position on the south side of the map, a lot of those teams that were contested kind of moved on out of there.
It's a good update right here. I wanted to see where Clixie, Yamzo, and Batman Booga were positioned this game, because we already know that Peterbot had to get rezzed right deep inside the storm. So they could easily be one of these trios that will be next up, right, for Yamzo, Clix, and Batman Booga to target. And given that they're already kind of off their game a bit, right, that could spell disaster for that team right now.
That's actually a really, really good point, because Peterbot goes down, they go deeper into zone. They're going to have to return back to zone and try to get surge. You got to imagine they might be one of these teams that you see in the mini-map. There's about 6 of them overall. Yamzo, Clix, and Batman Booga, they're immediately pushing on over, gain some elevation. And as soon as they see 1 or 2 players around, that's when they're going to try to take their time and try to interrupt one of these fights instead of being one of the ones to start it overall.
No, they don't seem to be too happy about that. The zone's already starting to push in. They're looking to cut these teams off, be the first to get to the save zone, and then fish for tags on teams rotating. A little bit of a safer strategy, but not one that's guaranteed to yield damage. Intake Aoxy and Jojo now in a standoff against the young Jack. Cease and Blake right now. Jack making his way towards Pikes here. Has to be careful.
It's just tough. Now they're getting forced into zone. Jack can't even fight back. He has to try to heal. They're quickly on his tail. The cone's barely going to save him, but he's blocked off overall. Great edit by Jack to stay alive. Firing back onto Jojo. Unfortunately enough, the blessings come to an end. He goes down. The siphon coming to work for him, keeping Jojo alive. But you got to give Jack credit for that work.
I'm not gonna lie, that was very, very clever for him to go ahead and edit that player out the box. He almost caught himself a little highlight right there, but now it's all up to Blake, and he gets his drop kicked right back to the lobby. Rivox, Jojo, Aoxy, and Intake Pikes now looking very good this game here. Surge secured, eliminations in the bag, and on their way to endgame they go. That's a tough elimination for Cease, Jack, and Blake too, who were in 11th place, just on the heels of top 10 now. So that's going to be a full reset for them. Aoxy, Jojo, and Fishy were in 16, so up they jump now, on their way to top 10.
Yeah, it's just tough. The history of Blake is just not on site.
Oh, look at
16 finals, and he's contested through both of them. As Tram just trying to go through unnoticed. That's such a smart move. Instead of just trying to go for some damage, because you see his teammate is also in the zone with him. He's just trying to play it passively. Let them go on by. Don't worry about us. You didn't see nothing. And that's going to allow them to kind of live to tell the tale, because Ritual, Peterbot, and Cole, they hear the action going down. It looks like they're on the hunt for it overall.
They are literally keying into Chimp, Skittles, and Victor V right now. Anything can happen there. Pay attention to the feet. Well, as I say it, Victor V goes down immediately. We'll catch up in a second. Bolts, Kanata, Rapid though. Top 3 on the conversation right now. In the lead here. One of these teams that are going to be surely set up for success now, given that they're going to be securing a medallion here shortly. This is going to be a big, big opportunity for them. Notice though, we've seen this, you know, happen in the group stages where the medallion goes to Bolts, right? I wonder if that's going to continue to be the story here. It should be. However, talk about a big situation. Let's look at that highlight. Oh, it was a beautiful tag there, and the timing couldn't have been better, because his squad had Void Oni masked out into another fight. GG's.
Yeah, really catch them on the tail end. And that's them just adapting very, very quickly, because remember, to start the game, Peterbot and them, they were taking a fight, and Peterbot went down, which means they were slower than normal to try to get their surge. So they're really trying to make up for that lost time. Death Encrypted Sales trying to do the same thing, 95 points. They got into the Major 1 finals through their consistency. So they're looking to make that hold true here yet again. They don't have a far rotation to go. It does look like they might try to take advantage of this shrine. If they do have one of those water sprites, 2-1 charge, they can use this to try to recharge it, kind of gain some heals that they can take him with them into the end game.
Meanwhile, Minished, Braids, and Visuals though, trying to make up for lost time here. They're keying another team. It's Mason. Mason caught off guard, collapsed on, caught while fishing. There's so much loot here for them to pick up as well. And this is going to be a major, major come up for any team that walks away from this. Meanwhile, Ritual, Peterbot, Cole, just thinking that this is also an opportunity for them as well. They can't mess around with the Storm. They don't have the luxury to do so. They've been in there way too long now. And it makes you wonder, have they done enough damage, right? They've obviously been in these skirmishes, but with Peterbot being down, they're probably feeling like the pressure's on.
I know it's not a big deal, but did you just see what Peterbot just did? So what was that? Ritual threw down the water sprite to get heals, and typically there's like a 20-second recharge on it. Peterbot just picked it back up, dropped it again. That's 60 straight HP for them, and now they're up into tip-top shape. 200 shield and HP instantly to try to fight and take control of this situation.
Cold
The little
right
things.
there before the Void Oni mask goes out. Diminish Visuals and Braids, though, not letting them really get comfortable here. Wonderful defense. You know, very good to see Visuals, Braids, and Diminish hold it down right now. Not many teams can full stop a push coming from Cold, Ritual, and Peterbot, but they've managed to successfully do it.
And I like how they're playing together, because Visual and Braids, back last year when it was duos, they were always a threat, always a team that you look at with potential to get into the top 5. They were playing in the championship last year. Minish has always been one of those threats, those dark horses looming around, just waiting for an opportunity. And now they kind of converged onto one trio. And you could see from north side of the map to south side of the map, they're trying to take control of their own game, getting aggressive when they need surge, backing off when they don't. So that way they can try to play consistent, because they know it's 12 games throughout 2 days and they can't get gassed out early.
Here's a team that's looking to continue to stay topped off right now. Sphinx for deal. I like this spot that they found themselves in right here, kind of playing this outer edge, the little bit of landmass and pressuring teams on the other side of the water. Can also get sufficient here to really put themselves in a good mid-game position. Meanwhile, Noxy, Curly, and Virgil taking full advantage of this outside rotate here. No one in sight to give them any pressure. Little do they know, though, they're inching their way towards Visual, Braids, Diminished, Peterbot, Cold, right? All these teams that are kind of playing the northern outskirts. Danger can be looking to set in. They've been spotted out. There's a team watching from up above, but doesn't seem like they have angles on them just yet.
Yeah, they're hoping by being 741 above the damage threshold allows them to kind of focus on rotation, go to the slower side, which in turn not give them as many targets, but they're hoping because of that damage that they've already accumulated, it's going to be more than enough. And you spotted out that team yourself, rotating close by with the whole zone pushing towards the south. I think both of these teams are making that correct decision. Whether you see each other or not, it's more important just to get to zone first instead of taking these out-of-zone skirmishes.
Especially if Braids decides to open on them, but Creo, Zeus, Tony, one goes down here. A fight by the islands, and already a collapse coming in here. This is a team that seems to be under some serious pressure right now. Liam, full keying, Fredbot as well. I wonder if the surge has anything to do with it right now in the storm here. They want the loot. Look at this. They end up snatching it up here. Playing bully ball for the come up. And then off they go. So just content with being able to at least secure some heals here.
It's almost about the small victories for them. Same one that took down Peterbot early in the game. They're not biting off more than they can chew in any scenario. You're seeing a good portion of the teams having to rotate from this far back portion of the zone. Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold, instead of gliding, they were there. They're going to try to make that smart play, use the orbs. That way they're not slowly gliding down, susceptible to shots from across the map, especially with how much distance they do have to cover.
Look at this, though. They're still not safe here. Too many teams situated in front of them. They're going to have to switch up the angle. I was going to say, definitely not going straight. They're going to have to pull left here into even more congestion now, though, on the outskirts. Meanwhile, Acorn, Boyo, Agers slowly making their way in right now. Press, Clixie, and Drew, though, are only 15 damage above, so this is a tough spot to be in. Although they have this really nice high ground hold here. Oh, wonderful tags now onto Fred there. It's going to buy them a little bit of time here. Ianzo, Batman, Booga, and Clicks also recognizing the pressure coming in. This might be a full set of eliminations just waiting to get picked up right now. Other teams now joining in the pressure.
Yeah, this zone pull is going to be their best friend. They have the high ground. They know every team down below is going to have to rotate on out while they're taking shots now. You see some teams down below being affected by the storm surge, and they're butting heads with Clix, Batman, Booga, and Yamsa, who have the expertise to stay out of that decision. But fight after fight from across the map, Cold, Ritual, and Peterbot, 900 above the damage threshold. As soon as they take some shots, you see them slowly but surely trying to turtle back, play that safe game, survive, live to tell the tale, so that way you can finally pop off and get the wins that we know they can.
See, this is an important fight for them right now. If they can get the refresh, this high ground is going to be theirs, no problem for the end game. However, the damage has been done. The team up top seems like they were fighting for Surge, so very different opportunities at stake here. Look at this, Peterbot now inching their way towards another team. This is for the refresh here. They don't need the damage. They want the loot.
Yeah, they know they're one of the further back teams. Nobody behind them, so they're trying to use that advantage, push the team in. Possess trying to go on the other side, but I believe that was the moment right there, separated from everybody else. But if you see that, it's Bird. No, it's a plane. No, it's Yapko, Rise, and Muzz on top of Shattered Span. Haven't really had to move an inch from the start of the game, getting blessed with the zone. They're really taking advantage of the fact almost 1,000 above the damage threshold and counting.
This is incredible. This is our second most consistent team so far. Placement-wise, coming out of Game 1, Game 2, Japco, Muzz, and Rise have found themselves in such a key position right now. And they are untouchable, quite literally. There's no way anyone's going to even dare to challenge them right now, as they are coasting. And oh, it's not just them, it's Bucky Okis as well on the other side. And talk about a visual to remember right here. This is something you only see in a game like Fortnite. Anything is possible. And for this game right here, you can't practice for this, right? This is just chance and occurrence right now. It's going straight over the water. Very rare play out, I would say, as far as the zone's concerned.
Gotta be prepared right now to expend a lot of materials. So if you don't have them, you gotta start looking quick. Bolts, Kanata, Rapid, not too far off from their drop spot either. They're able to save a lot of the resources. Zone beginning to open up. They can one-hop it with the Void Orb if they want. But 105 damage above the threshold, they know as soon as they get to the other side, they got to start to look back. They got to start to get active so they don't worry about it later. But Yapko gets caught out. Big find by Peterbot, get the elimination. But Ritual gets dropped as well, bringing it down to a 2v2 in this fight.
Once again, they find themselves just not as a trio in the end game. This is what's holding them back right now. This time, it's Cold and Peterbot who have to work with one another, continuously losing the, and I'm going to say this very lightly, IGL of the team, because they all are so good. However, Clix and team already on the move, looking very strong here. Meanwhile, Japco and Rise, the first to the punch right now, already set up. Peterbot and Cold kind of split up right now. Cold left to play for the game by himself at this moment. Can he get back to Peterbot here and get control of the kind of situation here? New zone reveals itself. Back to the bridge it goes. This is an incredible end game right now.
I feel like they can go straight back up to the spot they were at before on top of the bridge. So far away from anybody else. I don't even think there's a chance you can one orb to the top of that without just a little bit of elevation, and that's exactly what they're looking for. Everybody else down below has to go through the raging waters that you were talking about, expending a lot more materials, which means that somebody sooner or later is going to have to get a refresh that they need in order to keep alive. Agers, Poyo, Acorn, not at this moment, but barely 91 above the damage threshold, so it's not going to be easy for them either.
Well, this is the team that's been the most consistent, so we'll see what they can do. What a difficult end game to play right now. A very unique zone here. Peterbot, Cold, still working as a two-man team. So far, so good. But now the zone pressure starting to come. Void Onimask start to come out. They don't even have time to really look up and angle it correctly. They just are trying to get to the safe zone. Meanwhile, Jack, Muzz, and they just want the high ground here, right? Rise, they want to get back to their position, get back to these old builds, and look, secure as ever up top. They'll just be able to ride this end game out right now, but one thing's for certain, they're running out of material.
Uh-oh, first place looking like they're getting ripped apart. Acorn's down, Poyo's out, Ager's getting pressured by himself. This is a perfect opportunity for them to close the gap on that leaderboard, but it's up to Agers for a solo clutch to keep them in contention of that top spot. Finds one, big shot, but not able to get the elimination. Agers looking for more. Storm Surger's not a worry, it's just him being by himself.
The NA region knows Agers is one of the best when it comes down to box fighting. Do not count him out right now. Peterbot, though, is the last alive as Cold falls on the rotate here. It's not looking good. He's out of material. Are the best falling now short in this last game here. Peterbot, though, has to figure something out. Still no chance for an elimination just yet. But also the lobby so distracted. Everyone focused on the rotates here. The Void Oni mask still in the hand here. This is a chance for Peterbot to find one, but no. There it is. Some mats finally picked up now. Up he goes with the Void Oni mask. That's a wall that you couldn't climb if he wanted to, but no. Finally, he falls in a short game for him. And the best of the best struggling now, but Japco, Muzz, and Rise are here to take advantage.
I don't think anybody would have guessed the games to go the way that they're going right now. Booga threats of Eve, still trying to make some plays from down below. Find a big elimination, keeping them alive. That's her second one of the game so far. But Threats needs some help. They gotta have his back. The pressure could come at any second, but at least he's getting the time that he needs to heal. Make it through these zones. Top 9 teams left in the game, and not all of them are feeling this smooth.
Keep in mind, there's no multiplier. How you perform today is going to determine everything for your weekend right now. Will you be able to send yourself to the Global Championship? It's really up for grabs right now, but the finals is up for stakes as well. Meanwhile, Kanata, Rapid looking pretty decent. They have controlled the medallion. We already saw what Peterbot could do with it. You have a limited sprint. You can't be seen. It's just so powerful in the right hands. And Kanata, one of the fastest here to use it. Obviously, you can see him going ahead and getting to work now. He's going to find Okis. The Siphon starts to come in. More material for him now. He gets to work with that.
Gonna strap yourselves in because it looks like we're going for a wild ride. One elimination, but Spill's sprinting around. He finally gets found out of builds, cannot protect himself. He's gonna get dropped. Muzz, Yapko, they drop down from above. They're trying to take the fight while they have the advantage. 3v2 situation. It's visuals. It's Braids underneath the duo that's trying to hold strong. Zone after zone, they're rotating towards the north. They don't have the upper hand, but this is their chance to really shock the crowd.
Visual, Braids, and Diminish have continued to put out great performances, but Muzz, Japco, and Rise have just looked better, and Muzz secures another victory on the big stage here, and he does it in great fashion, and just like that, it looks like the leaderboards will be potentially changing now as Rise, Japco, and Muzz, one of the most decorated teams on the NA region right now, put up a great performance.
And this is just another one of those teams, Monster. Everybody's questioning roster changes. Why did you go with him? Why did you go with who? This is the moment for them to prove that this roster change is worth it. And the international team, the global sensations, not only second in consistency, they win the third game of the day and really cause some commotion to that leaderboard. And as soon as they were able to get the high ground, there was no looking back. From that bridge at Shattered Span to the mountains over across, they are now first place.
Well, so I'm going to say what everyone's thinking. You know, Muzz, you're not OC anymore. You're just NA. We're just going to go ahead and adopt you right into the fold here. You've been competing on NA for way too long. He is representing so well as he continues to pop up. And look at Japco work there, too. Really setting up the critical eliminations there so Muzz can go ahead and win the game. What a victory royale. Game 3 is wraps. And now we get to send on over to Zeke.
Gods can bleed. I cannot believe it. Mr. Worldwide's plural. They come out with a victory royale. And man, this lead, when y'all see these standings later on, are going to shock you. I did not think that we would develop leads like this, but because of that victory royale, this is why they're so important, Kelly, right? Pairing this up with eliminations, consistency. Now, Muzz is ahead of the pack. I don't even know. We're going back and forth, boys. We're going back and forth.
I mean, speaking of going back and forth, that zone was just disastrous for so much of the lobby, but it was exactly what Muzz, Yapko, and Rise wanted, having that Shattered Span zone, then going into the water, then going back to the bridge, just gave them such control over high ground. Pretty much everyone else was just using their mobility to be able to reverse the end game here. But of course, Yapko, Muzz, Rise took advantage of that, were able to grab a ton of eliminations. And I love, of course, the play dropping down low, trying to grab more refreshes, trying to grab some mats and everything so that they can continue controlling.
Yeah, I mean, that's what this entire game was all about. Just control, like Kelly mentioned right there. A lot of our top teams as well couldn't control the rest of the lobby. They went down. So this is a huge opportunity for Muzz, Rise, and Yapko to kind of boost themselves up the leaderboard. Incredibly well played from this trio. I mean, a zone landing right over by where they land early on in the game. That's how you take full advantage of it. Love to see that from this trio.
Man, that was my zone, by the way. I designed that myself. You guys are welcome.
Oh.
You're
Yeah.
welcome. I did that.
Thanks,
That's me.
Zeke.
Good writing.
That is crazy. With that being said, that is game number 3. We still have so much more to break down, but first, a short break. When we return, more action here from the FNCS. Welcome back, everyone, to the FNCS. We just wrapped up game number 3. In case you missed it, you're tuning in, welcome. You have missed 3 crazy games. Highly recommend you go back and watch them. But Muzz, Yapko, Rise got themselves the victory route in that last game. We just wanted a couple highlight, just really quickly, how they got that victory out. Guys, back in 7th zone, they were just perched on this beautiful spot, overlooking just this amazing shattered span here. The moment the zone pulls away, they have just got to be like, guys, this is ours, right? I mean, there's just no way we don't win this game.
I mean, it seems a bit obvious seeing as how that is their POI, but taking full advantage of it, being able to perch themselves up, be 1,000 damage over Storm is just going to give them so much ability to kind of control, as we said earlier, the end game. And that's exactly what they did right there, being able to rotate that from to the water back to the bridge. It was just smart, standard Fortnite play right there.
No, honestly, I got to tip my hat to them as well, because usually when sometimes the zone kind of pulls to your POI, it's actually not as easy to get Storm Surge, right? Because you're usually kind of like posted up. Teams try to avoid you as much as they possibly can, because it's very obvious to where you're going to be at. But the fact that they were kind of like 1,000 above right there means that they had something definitely figured out for that zone. So again, well played by them.
Yeah, just so crazy indeed. Let's take a look at these standings. So remember, we have 6 games today, 6 games tomorrow, and then we'll have Major 1 finalist rather. But take a look, guys, this lead after that victory royale. Look how far ahead Muzz, Yapko, and Rise are ahead of everyone else. It's just Agers, Acorn, Pollo right behind them. But when we think about like what we came in on, right? Like what a lead we have developed. And what's crazy from the other side, right? Agers, Pollo, and Acorn, in that last game, they placed 13th with 1 elim. So for a single moment, they let the foot off the gas. And that was enough for Muzz, Yapko, and Rise to just walk away with that victory royale.
Definitely, but Pollo, Agers, and Acorn are not going to be giving it up that easily. And although they did go down in 13th place right there, Agers still had to pull out a solo clutch after Pollo went down right here. And honestly, it's interesting. When Trios first started, a lot of people were talking about how in the end game, once a player goes down, like in duos competition, that's when you're going to have to solo clutch. And we're not going to see that with Trios. That does not seem to be the case for NA Finals right now, where it's more likely that instead of it just being 2 players running the end game, it does come down to a solo clutch. And so many of these players in North America have that ability in spades to be able to just kind of run in the back of the lobby and keep their placement points climbing up.
Yeah, definitely working wonders right now for a lot of our teams. The top 5 is also seemingly kind of ironing itself out, point away from the rest of the lobby. Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, though. I mean, we said it after last game. We're like, yeah, well, they haven't had a good game yet. Game 3, also not a good game. But I can't lie. For 3 quote-unquote bad games, they're in 3rd place. And I feel like they're still in the conversation, and they're still close enough to 1st and 2nd, where if they just have that good game, that Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual game, then they'll be up there as well.
It's crazy to look at the leaderboard right now, and it is 160 points between 1st and 10th place.
Wow.
And we're at the halfway point right now for day 1, right? So that's the quarter point for the entire tournament. So tons of games still ahead, tons of opportunities for things to change and everything, but there is definitely a lead shaping up right now for our top 2. But I think any one of the top 9, where we just saw Vidil, Cooper, and Sphinx jump into our top 10 finally, I think that there's still plenty of opportunities for them over the next 9 games.
For sure, and this is still day 1, right? We'll still have time for the trios to come back, to prepare, to VOD review, to talk to coaches, and come back with a plan for day number 2. So let's not get crazy. No one's sounding any alarm bells. Peterbot, we're good though, right? Like, we're good. We just need to have like a good pop-off game, and then we can do that now. You want to do that now? Okay, I'm sorry. I was just talking to someone. Don't worry about that. Anyway, guys, it is that time. We are halfway through day number 1, so let's jump back into the action with Monster D-Face, Jacob PR.
And it happened yet again. We got a new elimination leader that I want to go ahead and talk about. Yapko, after winning that game with the rest of his trio, he's on top with 14 eliminations, almost 4,200 damage throughout these first 3 games. Now we go to the second half of the day. Are you going to be looking for any adjustments from them or anybody else?
Yeah, I think Zeke said it best. He's writing the script here. He's calling in some new plays right now, so we're going to have to see how things are going to shake up. Those first 3 games, just a telltale of what's to come. I think we are still yet to see the best from a team like Peterbot. Even in the start of that last game, they, again, out of the ordinary, fell very early, right? So they just have to get their footing. Let's see it, though, as game number 4 sounds like it's ready.
Throughout the first 3 games of the day today, we've already seen teams making some quick adjustments to their strategy. If you think back in game number 1, you saw how stacked it was in terms of players alive left in the lobby. I think throughout those games, they're getting more and more riskier to take these fights because they realize once you get to 7th, 8th, 9th zone, it's not as easy to get Storm Surge.
Yeah, it really does look like the lobby's starting to settle in, get comfortable, and play to their strengths overall. We do have to, of course, look at game 3 as an outlier. That end game, very unique, very critical, right? Piece of land that Muzz, Japco, and Rise were able to claim first, almost secured the victory royale at that point. So with that in mind, anything can still happen right now, right? I think it's just is going to come down to a matter of can you bounce back and keep your mental sharp now as we're in the back half of the tournament here as game number 4 is just starting up.
Contested fight that we've seen all too long. I say semi-contested because throughout the past couple of games, talking about adjustments from game 1, they were kind of fighting all out for it. Last couple of games, slowly but surely taking their time, splitting Magic Mosses, making sure that they at least have a shot to play some of these games out. And already does look like Osid, a full loadout from heals to weapons to his movement. Has what he needs, just kind of going with the rest of his team. But these are a lot of those contested fights that we're seeing today, including Brutal Boxcars.
Brutal Boxcars continues to fight it out here. Nerface, Aaron, and Joji gonna have a bit of a standoff right now, but things are slow and settled here in the lobby. Very actually paced start here to game 4 so far. Degen's going to be the first to catch some tags right now. Havoc and Sandman have the side angle.
Because this is contested, they can't even take advantage of Brutal Boxcars to its fullest. Because you think back when the Brutal Boxcars first came out, as Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual landing over here. They're not landed in the POI, but on the outskirts as well. For Nerface, landing some good shots, using the Fire Mask to try to deal just a little bit more damage in that direction. Trying to catch Sandman off guard, but Havoc already moving up the side of the mountain. He's going to be the one looking back, trying to alleviate some pressure if they do take shots in that direction, which they continuously do. Sandman just almost getting eat alive, about 50 HP remaining. Havoc forced to go down the mountain just to save the day.
Nerface still looking for some big openers here. Just a back and forth exchange right now. Nothing major happening here. Meanwhile, Peterbot on the other side. Are they on a fast move right now? It does seem like they're doing something a little bit different. What's going on here? They've got more coverage of the land, but looking to go ahead and group up again.
Yeah, I mean, because of how much space they're commanded, that spot above, there's like a slurp truck over there, 5 or 6 extra chests. They have flooded frogs all to themselves. And you're kind of seeing how spread out they actually are in the early game, just so that way they can loot up, grabbing primarily just the chests. So that way they can try to move as quickly as possible to try to get surge. And already you're seeing a little bit of a different zone, a lot of it appearing on the north side of the map. So we might see a change up of strategy, and you just tune in to Acorn and A, just no Poyo in sight. He's already down, and that's a huge hit to the team early on.
I was curious as to how he was one of the first to fall here, but I mean, the zone kind of played its way on this western side, so sort of makes sense if they touched down first. They were targeted for some reason. We'll keep an update there, but here's Diminished on the hunt right now. What a game for them so far. Sleeper trio, if you want to call it that, right? I don't think anyone had them comfortably inside the top 5, let alone top 3 position, but they're at 188 points. Virgo, Noxy, and Curly have also played spectacular so far. 159 for them here. Teams that are looking to set themselves up for not only a nice paycheck, but keeping themselves in a conversation for a finals win. Do you imagine that?
Yeah, and when you talk about like VOD reviewing from day 1 to day 2, this is a team. If you land on the south side of the map, I would be very, very important to VOD review them, because already we've seen them push multiple different locations after their drop in order to get the Storm Surge that they need. That's allowing them to play consistent as they are. So if you're going to VOD review anybody, that's going to be one. So tune on Muzz, Yapko, and Rise. Slow game plan for them right out of the gate. Storm Surge isn't necessarily the first priority for them when they drop. It's all about just looting up, because they're on the center of the map for the most part, maybe a little bit towards the east, but that allows them, wherever the zone pulls, north or south, to kind of rotate there quickly. The only side that they're worried about is if it goes all the way towards the west, which typically doesn't happen until 4th or 5th zone.
The Cash Cup King, Muzz, shining on the FNCS stage once again. You love to see it. One of the favorites of the community, I dare say. Japcon Rise, complimenting him very well right now. And yeah, we didn't even highlight, this was their draw spot, Shattered Span. It literally ended right here, and they did exactly what you're supposed to do, win the game.
Zone pulling towards the south. This is just outside Pump Power, Demons Jojo. That's to the south of there. Alfie Possessed Diego plays. They land all the way towards the north, some of the farthest north pool in the map if it does continue to go south. So they're going to be one of the teams that are hurting when the zone goes south, struggling to get surge, having to kind of prioritize what's most important for them on their path there. And it's not going to be easy because you have to go against teams like Kanata, Bolts, Rapid on your way to the zone.
Yeah, first I thought we were getting a north or maybe like a far west, but this zone's starting to really tug its way back. Diego possessing Ralphie overall. Have to put up some big numbers right now. And look at this, they're very far behind overall on material counts. They're scrapping this entire place down pretty quickly. It's got the attention of a trio outside. Meanwhile, Cold, Ritual, and Peterbot once again. Ritual just seems to not be able to really catch his footing here. And it's all up to Cold and Peterbot now. This is back-to-back performances now where one of, someone on the trio falls in the early game. And the surge is active, very reminiscent of game number 1.
I'm about to say 91 surge. When was the last time we seen 91 surge in the FNCS finals lobby? And it just goes to show this is how important it actually is. But the third party coming in, Peterbot once again forced to disengage outward, but just a little bit too slow. Cold gets caught on the mix. He gets knocked down, and now Peterbot's left by himself this early in the game. That's a disaster again that I don't think anybody would expect.
This is not good. I would say it's great for the overall story, right? To give Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold something to fight for, given that everyone's concern was like, was the FNCS going to be a steamroll for what is arguably the strongest trio coming into this, the favorites, if you will. But so far, when the finals lobby ended up shaking up and the way things are looking right now, the competition is set out for them, and it seems like NA is not afraid to take on the best. Soneto, Scare, and Veer back in the game right now. They're going to be using that reboot van. That's going to be one less van now for Peterbot to leverage as well. These little things start to compound, right?
Yeah, just making it that much more difficult. Luckily for them, they can go back to Flooded Frogs itself, continue to move towards the east, and that looks like exactly where Peterbot currently is. You see just a little bit of his arrow in the minimap. They're going to continue to rotate in that direction, mainly because of the loot. If you're going to go anywhere, you go towards a Flooded Frog type POI where you know there's a lot of scraps left behind.
Here's the thing, though. Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual typically leave all the barrels there as well. So with Scare, Soneto, kind of rotating through there, they're probably naturally just going to check anyways, and they're going to take all that leftover reserve that Peterbot's team typically leaves behind. So this is really bad for Peterbot. If he's going to be banking on picking up his squad and going back to the Flooded Frogs, it's probably going to be scrapped dry, honestly.
And we know who's not going to playing heal off if it does come down to it later in the game. Peterbot's going to have to trust Ritual and Cold if he does get the reboots back. It's another one of our juggernaut teams in this one. Kanata, Bolts, Rapid, rotating all the way south from that Demon's Dojo. Got to imagine how much surge they do actually have on them because of how much space they're able to get early on. A lot of the teams around their actual position probably rotating early to the zone. But since they're so far ahead of the curve right now, every other team, they're able to kind of look back and see if there's any opportunities that present themselves.
Could have been, but the team's just outside the line of sights now, so off they go. Is this a full team with Typhoons right here as well? Looks pretty sick watching him rotate on foot like that. Ooh, there it is, that trio. It's going to be first attack Kanata here. Not going to break a sweat, though.
Yeah, without some of these zones have been playing, I do like their idea to go straight over towards Seaport City or one of the surrounding mountains. I think if last game has taught us anything, once you see a lot of water in the zone, you got to start preparing and be one of the players to kind of position yourself first. And just across, they do see Muzz on top of that mountain, something that is easy to spot out, but sometimes can be very difficult to fight against.
Muzz, Rez, and Japko, though, playing this ultimate height position here. It worked once. Why wouldn't it work again? Already, though, seems like not too much traction in action here on the outside right now. Victor V, Chimps, and Skittle Up against Visual, Braids, and a Minish now at the pump power. It's a fight that looks like it's going to distance here. Not too much of a fan of this, though. We are getting late into this kind of mid-game here. Visuals playing a bit of a side angle. Wonder what's the play right now. Oh,
The
they're
other
gone.
side, though. Yeah, I think they kind of heard the footsteps and stuff as well for Victor V, Chimp, and Skittles. Just kind of play very, very slow, going back to some hidden loot that they had before when they were fishing. And I do like the decision for both those teams. Don't take a skirmish this deep into zone, especially when it is pulling toward the south. A lot of them will get stacked up on that side as we tune back into Peterbot, where he's successfully able to get the reboot cards for his teammates, return back to Flooded Frogs, and this is exactly what you were talking about here in this cave.
Look at this, the reserve still left behind there. There are a couple splashes, but can they get the heals to maintain here, sustain, if you will, inside the storm? We know we saw a couple med kits there. Void Oni mask is out, but just looking very worse for wears right now. There goes the heals, and off they go. So, all right, they've managed to kind of bounce back into this one. I mean, it wasn't pretty, but they are alive. That's all that matters. And again, it's crazy to think these are what their bad games look like. Somehow they rebound, somehow they still secure points, and they surely have done a good amount of damage, right? At least before things kind of collapse against them.
So the first thing on their mind is Surge when they get in the zone. Sphinx, Cooper, Vidil, as the day has gotten on. You decide to see them progressively getting better and handling their own Storm Surge situation. Right now, they're spread out. Two of them are just right outside Mass Meadows. The other one is towards the north. But Donnie fighting on another side of the map. Cannons crossing just outside their view. They know they have a knock on to Aoxy, and they're just continuously trying to put down pressures. They don't let it go for free. Big shot by Donnie yet again, backing him down, not letting the revive come to fruition. So Aoxy's instantly going to be cleaned up.
Like what I'm watching right now. Oh, nice tag right there. And the Pike's follow-up was good, but not good enough to take down Chance Guru here. And his team goes and wraps things up here. Nicely done for Donnie. Putting another number on the map right now. Very well played. Look at that. They get to feast here. They will have to play for the pickup, but the zone bouncing back across now. We're seeing a back-to-back shattered span potentially right now.
Check out the replay. Right off of the respawn, they're immediately going back to work. I said they knew how important Surge was. Ritual making up for going down early, gets the elimination. 466 above the damage threshold. Honestly, I would not have expected them to be that much above the threshold at this stage in the game, considering what we've seen so far with both Ritual and Cold getting rebooted.
You know, I was curious, you know, if Ritual was the weak link here, do we think it's like FNCS finals jitters, right? Or could it just be the luck of the draw? Sometimes things don't exactly go your way.
Yeah, it's just kind of one of those questions. It's something that I feel like, you know, from day one to day two, even from game to game, they're talking about the adjustments that are kind of needed to make. They see another team in their line of sight immediately beelining their way on over, interrupting a fight. They're trying to take advantage of it while they can. They break into one wall. They get pieces on the other side. Cold gets a knock onto one and immediately separates him from the rest of his trio.
Another big elimination. Look how quickly they're making it look. How easy they're making it look right now. Cold, Ritual, Peterbot starting to heat up right now. They know that they're not going to have a problem with the damage moving forwards here. It's just a matter of positioning here onwards. Seaport City once again in action here. It's almost reminiscent of the first game here. Let's see what learnings players are going to take into this one here. Void Oni Mask helping them with the big rotates here.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit easier this game, considering compared to last. But Agers, Acorn, they get Poyo back. 298 above the Storm Surge threshold, but that's not going to stop them from going after Seek. They get the elimination onto him, leaving a whole trio down as a duo and immediately make it to zone. But as this one continues to move towards the eastern side of the map, a lot of the teams in this lobby are going to continue to have to rotate along with it.
Good to see Poyo back in the lobby here as well. Just a little concerned if he even made it in for a second there. When we first tuned in, they were down and out, but Hasn't set them back. Look at this. They're still very comfortably in the lead with some damage here. And off they go for a big rotate. They're going to be cutting off the rest of the lobby here. One of the first to go ahead and dive in.
It's pretty impressive to actually think about. We're kind of always talking about Pollo, considering he gets in moments like this, able to stay alive, pressure coming in, they overbuild to try to create space, but it was actually Agers who was teaming with Cold and Ritual before Peterbot said, nah, this team's mine, taking it over. So it's great to see them contending above them on the threshold, and they're taking shots out of Yamzo. Clicks and Batman Booga, getting him down, no shield. Yamzo is forced to back up with the rest of the team. They kind of converge, slowly but surely turtle back to try to save themselves. Neither one of these teams are currently in zone. They still got some distance to cover.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, yo, wait, these dudes are not even in zone. They're putting a lot of pressure on this team right now, trying to see if they can force him out here. And this is going to put Clixie, Yamzo, and Batman Booga in a pretty bad situation. We'll see if they've got enough to go ahead and bounce back. Meanwhile, Rapid Bolton, Kanata, the blades out, and it's getting pretty crazy here on the low ground in the Seaport City. It's going to end up working out for Rapid as he finds Braids. One of the combination from Visuals, of course, and a Minish here. Visuals seems to be the only one standing, but not for long, as Bolts cleans up this team here as well, and that's going to be a huge set of points for them right now. These eliminations really starting to add up. It's going to make a difference on the leaderboard as teams are starting to really approach that 200 points threshold here. Meanwhile, on the edge, Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot is the first team safe. Clixie, Yamzo, and Batman Booga, Jacob, have now got themselves situated. It has cost them a lot. Look at their mats.
Yeah, a fight that kind of put a lot at risk, but you're seeing how they're able to get those eliminations. Scare gets tagged up, Veer gets dropped. They're able to get that elimination and immediately try to move towards zone. They clean up Scare
big
on the way there, and you can kind of see the stats. Something I was talking about early. They won 23% of their finals lobbies. Just like Peterbot, though, they have to continue to come online, get back into the form we know they can compete at.
Yeah, they're still very much in this race right now. However, it's never been more difficult. Halfway through the material counts here for Clicks. Pretty tough spot to be in, already going through their chug splashes pretty early here. More Void Oni Mass rotates coming out now. No lines of sights this time, though. This is a clean rotate for them here. One more, and in they are, nice and safe. They're positioned up amongst the juggernauts here. This end game's looking pretty tough so far, but a much better, much more favorable game than the previous one. At least we have a lot of land in play still now.
What is this, like 60% of the lobby, 80% of the lobby, almost 90 outside of the zone now. We continue to move south for the winter. A lot of the teams gonna have to fly through the sky to try to match it. But Pollo, Acorn, and Agers, because of their proactivity early on, they're able to kind of take it step by step by step. But Bolt's Rapid, and I would say Kanata, but he's already down, forced to kind of watch this one on the sidelines, turning into a little bit of a coach, trying to figure out what is this rotation, how they're going to make it. They're trying to look towards the zone. There's so many hills, mountains to overcome before they even make it up there and have a straight shot to the zone.
We've seen many of the other teams in this situation. This is the first now. Bolts is going to be left to just duo it out with Rapid now. Cold, Ritual, and Peterbot finally situated as a full trio nearly in the end game. Can we see them actually cross that threshold? It's been so difficult for them to do. Meanwhile, it feels like Muzz, Jacko, and Rise have really figured it out. They're set up perfectly inside the new Storm right now. And look at the maps that they have in a base already situated, just fully aware and under control here. This could be another breakaway game for Jacko, Muzz, and Rise if they could just maintain positioning here now. One set of eliminations, and they're going to be taken off to the tracks here. A lot of hurt teams nearby. Still hunting.
Just a lot of pressure they're putting down on the other side of the map. Rapid's now by himself. Bolts gets lost in the mix. At least he's able to look back and see G-Money. He knows 700 above the damage threshold, but that can change in the blink of an eye as he tries to scout out where he's going to position himself. You see the northeast part of that zone stacked as can be, and that's why he's going to board orb his way over the top to where he's trying to be as safe as possible for now. Worry about where it pulls later.
Back on over to Clixie, Yamzo, Batman Booga right now. Not even a quarter material in the reserves here. Very tough spot. This is a team that needs a refresher here. They're seemingly very desperate. Vidil, Sphinx, and Cooper are going to be the first to get grabbed here. Almost caught in the cone right there. The pre-edit was ready. Clicks, though, works his way back. Cooper stands up to the test of defense there. And now they're trying to change their focus. Can they look somewhere else? Little do they know. There's one below him. It's a whole team there. Beautiful tag right there. And all of a sudden, they full commit in. Very nicely done for them. And hey, they get some heals to go for the road here. It's not much, but still the placements and the points that they earn for the elimination is going to be welcomed here. Look at that. That's a little bit of a refresh there. Bugha and Aviv, a duo, looking up at high ground. Nothing big comes out of it, but the fact that they're trying here shows that they want this dub here.
I would say through the qualification to get here, Bugha's been playing phenomenal. I know there was a big question mark about his dedication.
Oh, yeah.
New year, new him. He's back at it. He gets tagged up, trying to make his way in towards zone. He's hold his position. Probably wait for Aviv to back him up because they're the only two left alive on that trio, especially without threats. It's a lot of firepower that they're missing. Trying to get up the side of the mountain. Clicks, Batman, Bugha, and Yamzo doing the same thing, and that's the team that Bugha and Aviv have to watch out for. They're peeking through the cones. This is vital information before they wait the 8 seconds for the next zone to reveal itself.
Cold Ritual and Peterbot, no surprise to see them looking very soundly here on the low ground. We thought they would have been a high ground team every single game, but we found them more times than not down in the low ground here. And it just feels like Muzz, Jacko, and Rise have found a huge boost of confidence as they are the team positioned for height once again here now. So the story really starting to shake up here. Meanwhile, Boyo, Acorn, and Aegis find Bugha. We were just accrediting how good he's been playing, but Boyo is a dog, and he is still hunting here now. And this is a great performance for them right now. 7 eliminations already, starting to break away from the pack here. Really keeping things interesting, keeping Muzz, Rise, and Jacko on their toes, if you will, right now. And although they have height, they don't have any Elins, so it's about dead even, if you ask me.
Yeah, and a little bit of feeling of deja vu from that last game where they were able to get high ground and really not be tested from zone to zone. 744 above the damage threshold. Right now, their only go is to pressure all the teams down below. Peterbot, Ritual, Cold. They box to box against Vidil, Cooper, and Sphinx, who have smartly changed layers. They get on out. They don't want to be caught in the madness that is down below. Peterbot, Ritual, Cold, but they're continuously being on the hunt. But in comes a surprise. That's Rapid, the solo. He gets taken down, sent back to the lobby.
Clicks, Batman, Bugha, now at 7 eliminations. No material, though. This is very important. The fishing rod comes out just to pull in what they can here. An act of desperation, but hey, they are still alive here and earning ever so slightly some placement points, but they got to get to this next refresh ASAP. Oh, look at this. They find a team inside the zone. It's Violet, it's edgy, but they can't sit around and wait. They have to keep moving here.
Just waiting for the zone to open up on that left side. Cooper, Vidil, Sphinx, they're not waiting. They're just going to the front side of zone, claiming all that space for themselves. Trying to be very, very proactive, and that opens up opportunities. Oliver OG is going to be positioned right above, but they got to watch out for the trio. They're going for the pre-edit. Cooper's trying to break his way in. Good shots on to 20. He's going to go down. They're immediately trying to bulldoze their win, grab that elimination, grab the resources without getting too greedy.
Not too bad now. This is going to give them a little bit more gas in the tank here. Meanwhile, Clicks finally goes down, but Batman Bugha with a great change. Finally, though, they get edgy and a little bit more mats. Another inch taken. Can they turn it into a mile now? It's just up to Batman Bugha and Yamzo. Yamzo, of course, the voice of this trio right now. Batman Bugha, the firepower. It doesn't get much better than this. Top 10 now. They were very much in the game. High ground has no problem. Just keep eyes and tabs on Rise, Muzz, and Jabco. Although they have a single elimination, they're just pressuring the rest of the lobby. The big points, though, are in the hands of Cold, Ritual, and Peterbot. They are flying up the standings right now, and it's still active down here. Meanwhile, Cold falls, though. It's all up to Peterbot. Once again, he's the last man standing.
A familiar station that he's already ready for. Big knock on the Virgo. Tries to go for the back-to-back, but the run ends. Top 6 for them. Aegis now left by himself. Acorn, Pollo, nowhere in sight. He's looking all around, trying to figure out where he's going to try to make this next move. Zone moving toward the north. He peeks out for a second. High ground puts a ton of pressure, getting to expand the build, forced him down low into that chaos, but Aegis trying to play it smart. He doesn't want to go to the ultimate low ground, not at this stage in the game.
No, I was going to say a couple missed edits there, and he is just caught between two teams. This looks like it's going to come down to Cooper, Vidil, and Sphinx versus our high ground, Muzz, Rise, and Japco, but there's still Oliver OG right in the middle. It all comes down to what Oliver OG is going to end up doing here. Are they going to look to high ground? Are they going to kind of sandwich their way down? Very limited options. No, they don't have material. Japco falls. He comes down too early, and all of a sudden now, anything can go down here.
Don't know why he dropped down, but that was high ground. They were trying to force Oliver's team into Sphinx team down below, but the tables have turned. It cost them everything, but everybody's weak towards the backside of zone. They're trying to keep up, but it's Cooper, Vanille, Sphinx down below. They have full control, but they're out of builds. It's going to be hard for them to continuously try to claim space. Muzz in the outside of zone. He's going to try to start a little bit of a heal off, a late rotation in. Rise doing work, but he goes down. The trio down below. 3v1 situation up against Muzz, who's by himself, but he does not stand a chance. Vanille, Sphinx, and Cooper finally show out to take the game.
I'm not gonna lie, it was looking like Muzz's opportunity to come back once again, and one mistake, one false move. Japco falls early by rotating down too soon, and all of a sudden now you crack things open for Cooper, Sphinx, and Vidil to run one up, and they do just that. What a victory royale for them as well. They needed that win right there. They needed the confidence boost. Vidil was talking about it online. This is feeling like another global championship level game right now. Why are the games so sweaty? And just like that, they pull in a victory royale. Take a look at the highlights though, Jacob. From their perspective, it looked easier, I'm sure, than it felt. Not too bad for them to take that dub.
Nah, not too bad at all. Vidil going from not knowing who to play with EU to having a superstar team in NA. Game 4 is done and dusted. We can throw it to our analysts to let us know their thoughts.
We just keep going back and forth, guys. Every time it looks one way, it just goes the other. I feel like I have whiplash at this point. My gosh, to see Muzz, Yapko, and Rise come so close. But then Vidil, Cooper, and Sphinx step up and say, hold on a minute. We are contenders. What are you doing? That is so good for them. And to see them get it, especially at this moment, right? We still have 2 games to put up before the show's done. This is momentum, right? If they just carry this, they continue this ball rolling, we could see big numbers by the end of these next 2 games.
And I love that you say momentum, because their first game was a little rough, going down in 17th place, and they've only been climbing up the leaderboard since then. To finally get that victory royale has to feel good for them. And to think that if Clix's trio, who was sitting beneath Vidil's trio, went for the edit, and then they were able to get that Conan real quick and survive, that could have spelled disaster and the end of their run for game 4. But of course, as Vivid talked about at the start of the show, when they are on the low ground, when they are controlling the front of zone, it all goes their way.
Yeah, and honestly, not as many as eliminations that I would have thought that they would have had in a victory round in the finals, right? Like, I would have talked about kind of like that momentum-based playstyle. I was assuming that they would have just had more. But the way that this end game kind of played out, it was crazy, because Yapko kind of dropped down, went down the Oliver OG's team, and then Yapko's body went down to the ground, and Cooper trio what there was actually able to get the refresh, which was allowed them to go ahead and transition that into the victory royale. Crazy stuff. They get the win.
Man, chaos, my favorite. Now, with that being said, 2 games left to go before we call day 1 done. For now, we go to a break. When we return, we'll break down the standings and what we've been seeing after this short break. So stay tuned. See you in just a minute. Welcome back. Missed you, but now we're here again together. Game number 4 on the day of the FNCS Major 1 Finals went the way of Adil Cooper and Sphinx, which is pretty big in case you missed out. Maybe you're just tuning in. Great to see you. Hope you've had a fantastic time. We are deep in competition right now. So many things happening. And to see once again this momentum-based team find themselves a victory out is big, but we turn attention to the standings. And this is where it gets kind of crazy. Agers, Acorn, and Poyo are still holding down that number 1 spot. And I mean, Kelly, given like the situation they were put in, to still be holding that number 1 spot is like a testament to their skill.
I just don't understand probability-wise how Agers keeps being the only one alive at every single end game here. We had another solo clutch from him. It was a duo clutch for a long time between Acorn and Agers, but eventually it did go back just to him. And to be able to hold on for so long and still get a few eliminations, I mean, everyone has said it. Agers is an incredible fragger, and to see him still being able to just run through these mid and low grounds is so impressive.
I mean, this trio is just doing so well right now, especially in the eliminations category. That's their 3rd double-digit elimination game. They ended that one with 10 right there, which is pretty much the only way that they're kind of holding on to that lead right there. Because I was 100% pretty much convinced that Muzz, Yapko, and Rise were going to be in first place after they just got second right there. But yeah, Agers of them holding on to first place.
That's so great. I mean, yeah, just disgusting stats, you know. And you kind of bring up Muzz, Yapko, and Rise. You know, they get that last game 2nd place, but it's only 4 elims. And you know what's crazy is you said this right before we went to break, Vivid. There's kind of times where you kind of expect there to just be more eliminations on the board, and there's not. And when you look up and you're like, wait, these guys had height. They didn't have the elims, so maybe what went wrong for them that I expected to look and be like, yeah, 12 elims, I don't even 13 elims, but to end on only 4?
Yeah, I'm not sure, honestly. Actually, I don't even know how they're pulling it off, right? Because as we saw right there, I think it was like 10th or 11th zone. So, you know, a couple zones into the movings, it's 0 elims. Like, that's so unheard of in these games. That's very, very kind of hard to pull off. I mean, obviously the zones are kind of pulling to that southeast side of the map, right? Kind of favoring them a little bit, because we just saw this, you know, back-to-back games going over towards the span. They clearly have these type of games figured out, and it's working very, very well for them. It's a little too good, almost. You know what I mean? I mean, 0 eliminations. When these elims are worth so much and they're not really getting that many, that's kind of where they're hurting right now. As you can see,
True.
Again, they're a little bit behind in that category. But I mean, still, 2nd place doing very, very well.
What we saw from Muzz around Zone 3, building that crazy tower again at Shattered Span, and he was able to get those tags, no eliminations, but they were really just worried about Storm Surge there. Zone did pull away from Shattered Span, so they weren't able to kind of take advantage of like what we saw from the previous game. And then from in-game there, I don't know if you noticed, but at some point Muzz just didn't have any more ammo. So that might have been the reason. Maybe they were conserving a little bit, maybe they were prioritizing just controlling high ground rather than trying to get those eliminations onto the low and mid ground. And unfortunately, we did see Yapko go down, so although I don't necessarily think it was a shambles situation, I think with the loot that they had, they played that as best as they could.
Now, speaking of shambles, we don't have a long time, but Peterbot, what the heck happened that last game, right? To start the game in Zone 2 as a solo, to get rebooted, and then Kelly to come back and to place where they did 6th place with 12 elims. I don't even know what's happening anymore.
I don't either, and it wasn't even like it wasn't until the end game that we saw them recover. No, by Zone 5 they got 3 eliminations and were 900 damage above Storm. The ability that they are able to recover is so incredible. Taking the low ground once again, not too much of a surprise. They had just crazy loot, decent heals, but of course it did eventually get a little rough for them, and they did go down, I believe, in 6th place right here.
Yeah, I mean, they just keep getting their early games messed up, right? Nothing's really going according to plan in that early game. They've got to switch something up there. So it's kind of like when that happens, the rest of the game's like, heck it, we ball, right? And it's just worked out the best that game right there for them. So they're still hanging on 3rd place.
I don't know how. They have not had that good game we were waiting to see, and they're still 3rd place. That is bad news for everybody. Now, with that being said, I want to talk more, but we have to get back into the action. The players are ready, so find your seat on the bus. Let's do this.
Thank you, Zeke. That's right. I'm ready for the action here. Had to make sure I unmuted after that last game. Things got a little bit exciting. The leaderboards, though, Jacob, are getting closer and closer now.
Well, I mean, for the top half, it is getting closer, but you can see that point gap start to spread as you move down that leaderboard. That puts a huge importance of these last 2 games of the day, because where you stand on this leaderboard, there's no more point multiplier. It means everything in Game 5 is ready, and they're ready to be put to the test.
And Jacob, it is very interesting, right? Some teams perform better in the types of lobbies, or the format, we should say, where the 1.5x comes into place. That day 2, that comeback competition opportunity is real. But with this type of style, with this type of format now, it really is going to come down to a big outlier games, right? Can you pop off more often than not? And there's a couple teams that can, and we're seeing that happen on the standings now, as a few teams have already broken into that 10+ elimination threshold in multiple games now. And talking about just quick fights here, though, Oliver, OG, Skater, and Dash, that's probably the first time we've seen them really land and just finish things up here at the Hopeful Heights and not have it drag out.
Yeah, I think it's kind of like telling from what we've seen in Game 1 to this. They're realizing we can't split it anymore. There's not enough loot to go around. The add in the fact for Storm Surge, they're starting to realize these last 2 games with everything on the line, you almost got to fight for everything. But Sandman's down. Degen gets tagged up. 19 HP, barely making it in the window where you can use the med kit. But on the other side, they're facing Joji. They're left by themselves as well with Aaron going down.
Like what we're watching right here at the brutal box fights, though. It's been back and forth for Havoc, Degen, and Sandman. I mean, they've kind of taken the lead. You can see the points still keeping them relatively in top 10 reach. For Joji, Aaron, and Nerface, a little bit tougher for them. And even now, shots training back as they skate away there. It's probably the worst we've seen for Degen and Havoc, but they still managed to see another day. Meanwhile, talk about tough off spawn, Scarce, Netto, and Veer have had their work cut out for them here.
Yeah, just looking at this one, 3 eliminations for Scare, 2 of its teammates down, looking like he's going to be the hero of this early game. Valuable Storm Surge. We know that is basically currency to be able to get around the lobby for free. As we tune in, Flooded Frogs, Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. Not the day anybody has expected to see so far with the performances, but Peterbot really keeping his entire trio in this game after game after game. It's honestly, I feel like, going to be a scary sight when they finally all come online as a full trio.
Let's see if they can do it. There is yet to be a game where Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual smash the early game and really put themselves in a great position for the end game, right? Game 1 was high surge thresholds across the board, followed by game 2, and then we of course seen how game 3 and 4 have now played out. A couple early game eliminations, really setting them back round after round, but Acorn, Agers, and Boyo have not necessarily had that problem here. They seem to have a much different story unfolding for them. They're barely holding on to first place, though. 3-point spread here between themselves, Muzz, Japco, and Rise. So very close competition up at the top.
You see nobody over towards the bird. That's usually where Pikes, Jojo Fishy, Oxy, Taram, Rekko, and Dummy land. So nowhere for Poyo to get Storm Surge early on. Zone. Not really too far away for Rise, Yapko, and Muzz, so they're going to be able to take their time very, very early on towards Shattered Span before they start to make the rotation on over. Regardless of their mobility, there's multiple launch pads they can use to try to close the distance very, very quickly. Grab one of those mountains just north of Seaport City if they want. They have all the choices. And only 3 points down from first place. I feel like they got to make sure they make the end of the day count.
Yeah, this is it. Muzz could be working his way slowly but surely towards the 4X. Can he do it and take a Rise and Japco along for the ride? Clicks, Batman, Boogan, and Yamso are still very much in the conversation as well for the team that's on its way. What do we think about their performance overall? We haven't really seen anything super outstanding, right? Nothing extremely pop off. However, they've been slow and steady.
Yeah, my only real question for them coming into this tournament is their ability to consistently get Storm Surge. But I think it's kind of the same around the entirety of the lobby. It's not as easy as anybody would have hoped. Kind of puts teams like JoJ, Oxy, and Pikes in this situation. Talked about them kind of contesting over towards the bird. They're moving further and further west. They don't want to be one of those teams that's just in somebody else's path, kind of getting farmed for damage. They're trying to create their own story here. Liam, Nut, and Fredbot, first time finalists as well, really trying to come back, have a great day performance to close it out. Repeat it there for day 2. Liam's moving up layer by layer, trying to go on the offensive. JoJo's down below. He gets separated. The full trio pounce onto him as a solo. Quick and easy work, taking him apart from his team.
Hey, let's not forget, Liam, Nut, and Fredbot is the same trio that took down Peterbot, right?
True.
Cold there in the last game, really setting themselves up, or setting them up for a pretty tough spot. And this is where they shine best, this is where they perform best. Third party, though, puts a couple shots, and meanwhile, Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts here have their work cut out for them right now as well. This is a storm fight outside the Demon's Dojo, the first that we've seen them really lag behind this far back. This is up against Victor V, Chimp, and Skittles, so they've kind of changed up their rotation as well, veering out towards the mountains as opposed to going straight for the beeline to zone.
Yeah, I just see some empty slots on them. I can see them kind of returning back towards the north. Converge on a location to try to get some extra loot. Kanata, Rapid, Bolts. It's not a situation they want to be in so far into zone with it pulling in, so they're quickly just going to try to get some damage, move on out. Should jump on board Sphinx. Kind of the IGL, leader of this trio of Cooper and Vidil. He's the one that kind of separates himself from the rest of the team, so that way they can cover more ground, so they can get Storm Surge. And it's something that I think has been working well for them. Not necessarily super impressive where they have the most numbers in the lobby, but they're doing just enough to stay ahead of every single zone in terms of the numbers.
Yeah, I mean, it obviously helps you taking a big victory royale, right? Especially one that had a nice amount of elimination. So had they not dropped their first game with a 17th place, they'd be very much up towards the top. Just shows you one game can really shake things up, even this late. On to day number 1 here. Noxy, Curly, Virgo here at the Hopeful Heights still have the attention of another team nearby. Have to be careful on their rotates out. Meanwhile, what's going on over here? Possess not at the moment.
They get an elimination. Almost thought I saw maybe Chimp was somebody that he took down.
Yeah, I think Chimp, Skittles trio.
Full trio, 3 eliminations, 67 points. kind of a blessing for them since they land at the so far north of the map. I would love to see after the day ends, like who has the most distance covered, because with the way some of these zones have been, I would say they could be one of those teams.
Yeah, there haven't been any northern zones. This one's going a little bit more to the west, but a lot of the zones have been, I don't know, fairly center or like seaport. Definitely not in the north side though, we know that. Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold, what are they up to now? They find Seek, Osid, and seems like G Monster. Their backs against the wall, and already that signature trio breakup right here. Peterbot on his own side, Ritual and Cold playing a completely separate angle. It's like clockwork every single time.
And Cold just making take a downward approach. Tree's kind of blocking him off just a little bit, but he's just following G Money, trying to make sure that if he runs away, he's not going to get an advantage in this fight, but he does find a way back with Seek and his team. Osid just a little bit farther away, but Peterbot just quickly shadowing them on the other side. He has the piece control, spots them all out on the other side, and he's kind of picking and choosing his battles, waiting for his teammates to cause a little bit of distraction before he tries to make that move.
He just knows better too to take that left camera peek, not to put themselves in a bad situation. Peterbot doesn't have the luxury, I would say, right now to really take a risk. I like that he's putting respect on these trios right now, because these early game fights have been a little tough for them to kind of navigate. The fight goes on, lasting longer than I think we'd expect, giving more time for Dummy's trio to start coming on in and decide if they want to take the fight here. Gotta be quick.
The sound that'll haunt me. The Typhoon Blade underneath. Cold's not going to fall for that bait. Lands a good shot, but the splash is coming out on the other side. Instant heals to try to get them back up to fighting shape. Got to imagine that third party now beginning to shoot shots in their direction. Presence is going to be known. You see Peterbot just trying to overbuild on that outside and push them away from that water sprite so they can't benefit from those heals. And he's going right back into old territory.
Oh, look at that. Finds an angle here. Great tag there, but recognizes G-Monster still somewhere lurking about. Osid's gonna fall here finally. One of the trio gets caught out. It's Cold who makes the big move, and then the second follow-up as well. Now the third party starts to collapse in. They want a piece of the action here. Peterbot in the box. He's clutched up enough today. His team's gonna have to carry the rest now. And Ritual does just that. But it's a 3v2 situation going on now. Oh yeah, they spotted them out. They see the res coming through. They actually stick it all the way too. They're right back in this game now. Possibly forced to splash it up. Yep, they are going to use it. Everything coming out now. They're right back into fighting action here.
Yeah, they had splashes, water sprites. Really no loss there. That trio kind of has no choice but to disengage on out, especially when you know who actually won this fight. I don't want to bite off more than you can chew. Kind of take whatever damage that you were able to get and disengage on out. You see them immediately moving their way in towards zone. Ooh. Ritual, Cold, Peterbot. Moving towards the west where you got Havoc and Sandman. They need to be careful. You don't want to get caught off guard, especially when there's a huge numbers mismatch.
Look at this. Fight breaking out here. Things looking a little messy for Oliver, OG, Dash, and Skater. They've already got the trio elimination from the drop pretty much wrapped up in the bag. That was Noah W plays this trio. And this is I don't know if it's a fight for greed, pride, or positioning, but someone needs it clearly. Skater, Oliver, and Dash, I would beg to say they probably don't necessarily need the damage, but they're still sticking around.
Yeah, with a few inconsistent games on the day so far, I feel like they're just trying to replicate what worked for them in that last, where they were able to kind of pull up big, get a third place, points that they need. You can see with the loot that they're able to gather, just kind of stagger themselves back. The zone's not doing too much damage this early on in the game. They have the ability to take their time, but they have a race to the other side of the mountain. You don't want to be the team stuck inside of that tunnel, getting targeted by everybody else, but you see action kind of flowing throughout the map here. 75 players still left alive for Buga Threats and Aviv. It's going to be a good opportunity, not too far away from their drop spot at Seaport City, for them to get surge on that team that is right below them, follow them in towards zone or kind of beat them to punch, and then be able to look back.
Just give a little credit to Oliver OG. Just good map awareness, right? Recognizing the tunnel there, kind of playing a little bit of a different rotate instead of burning mass to go up and over. Potentially getting chased out. Island starting to populate here, Jacob. We got Boyo, Agers, and Acorn, the first to the punch. But Clixie, Yamzo, and Batman Booga might have their say here as well.
Yep, it does look like they're already throwing their orbs up there. They might be one of the first teams, but they got to make sure that they throw their orbs right, because exactly this will happen. A little bit too short, you end up gliding, beamed on your way up, or just falling down altogether. Batman Booga not really able to follow up on that damage, but Ager's slow to rotate on over as well. But unfortunately enough, a full trio and a couple other teams in the lobby not able to get the knock that they need. So Foyo, Agers, and Acorn will make it to the top of the mountain, but it's going to be short-lived. It looks like the boss, Shogun X, entered the frame to get a knock.
Interesting turn of events there. So I'm curious, are they going to commit to this at this point? Oh my gosh, Shogun X is here to play. More damage coming in.
Shogun X just did more damage to them than anybody else in the lobby this game.
Yeah, Agers needs to pull thread here. That's what he's trying to do here. Get the pressure off the Acorn. Finish up this boss quickly now.
Interesting to see, like, Clix, Batman Booga, and Yamza really not move too far away, right below them on the mountain. So they're just trying to hope other teams rotate in that direction. On top of a mountain of their own, Muzz, Rise, Yapko still taking advantage of any slow teams to rotate from the north side through brutal boxcars. And this is something they've been doing almost all day long, whether they got the zone or not. They're just kind of slow to rotate, making sure that they take advantage of all the other slower rotating teams on their way there, making sure to maintain elevation throughout the course of their rotations as well.
See if they can do that into the end game, though. We have yet to see a team really challenge for height, which is very interesting. You would think in finals we'd see one of those crazy all-out breakout battles for high ground. However, these first 4 games we've watched, one team's gone up there, never looked back, pretty much. That's how it's been so far.
Especially with some of these zones, you know, the open water ones, you really don't have an opportunity to look up. Especially with so much chaos going down below. Sphinx, Cooper, Vidil. Slow rotation after slow rotation from Mass Metals. They haven't had to move too far, but now with an open opportunity, they've been kind of able to survey the land this whole time while they were up on top of the mountain. So they know the perfect rotation. The instant the zone pulls on over, they're just going to try to creep their way on the other side of Foxy Floodgates and kind of set up, knowing that teams are going to have to come from the north and the east if they want to find their way in.
More trouble for Peterbot, though. Look at this. HP running pretty low right now. Pressure coming in from a fresh trio. Fredbot and Liam just continue to ask for more trouble here. Liam falls to the hands of Cold, though. Oh, but the edit comes through. Fredbot's here, ready to fight. Big damage coming in now. I'm telling you, this team has really proven that they are great at fighting. However, Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual seem to be pretty fired up right now. No fear. Oh, they're back for vengeance, back for more. Very great pickup right there for Peterbot now. And look at this. They are racking up points right now.
It almost even looks like there's 2 teams on the outside of the zone looking in that direction, trying to see how they can take part, get some surge for their own before they even rotate out. But you got to be careful, because almost unscathed, it's Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold as they make their way on out. That Clixie, Drupbot, and Prez, they're ready to take the challenge.
First of all, you saw the elimination feed. You know exactly who this is. Talk about heart on Clixie to go ahead and key Ritual right there, not knowing which of the 3, obviously, he was going to be going up against. This is finals, man. Teams are brave. Everyone looking to make their mark here. Oh, no. Peterbot so quick, though. Traps 1. Punishment comes in, though. Both teams are hurt.
Luckily his teammate was there to alleviate some of that pressure. Almost full box by Peterbot right before our very eyes. But a difference this time around in this fight, they're staying as a full trio down below. There's more and more teams coming and rotating in this direction. Sales being one. He gets the knock on the Sandman. Cold being back down as well. 1,600 damage above the threshold. This is more about pride than anything else. As you see even more teams, Monster, coming outside of the zone, making their way in. This is becoming more and more of a dangerous situation for anybody to be in, no matter how confident you are, no matter how much you think you have the upper hand.
Yeah, Peterbot's just thinking these teams are absolutely desperate right now for Surge, so he's just going to go in and push in, making quick work of that very damaged trio there. More eliminations adding up now. This is the most I think we've seen of any team this early into the mid-game now, approaching near 10 if they haven't already cracked it. Liam still alive, by the way, from that very injured Fredbot and Nut, team now. They're just down to 1. And, when you have a player escape like that, this is why the Surge stays active, right?
Just one of those real just tough situations. It does look like this time around, they're immediately trying to rotate towards the edge of the zone, not beeline their way in towards the middle. They know the next one's going to be about a 50-50 as we look around the lobby. Some teams in close proximity, some using their numbers, their distance to their advantage to try to get the number that they need for Surge. 113 though for Muzz, Rise, and Yapko. Not feeling as comfortable as they did in the past couple games where they were able to kind of go from Shattered Span, the zone moving on that side of the map, maintain their position on high ground without really too much risk of anybody taking them down from below.
I'm noticing though, Muzz's team only seemed to be about 100 above the Surge, so you really see the difference in not having that ultimate high ground, not having zone favor, right? All of a sudden now, the dynamics starting to kind of change here a bit. Boyo, Acorn, and Agers do have the high ground here. They've managed to, I guess, resituate themselves. It was looking a little worse for wears a bit ago. Boyo with the medallion in hand, though. Shogun's medallion is so powerful. We've seen a lot of great highlights. Some of our most exciting end games have come to the hands of whomever's been holding the medallion, so I'm excited to see what Boyo can do.
And just got to rotate their way. Just one orb, they'll make their way in zone, but you already see teams like Clicks, Batman Booga, Yamzo, Peterbot Cold, Ritual. They already have their spots in towards the zone, so they know they're just going to do their best to not make it easy for any of these other teams trying to rotate their way in. And it does look like they're just trying to pick that perfect spot. Wait for some of these other teams on the low ground, position themselves, box up, and then with those void maps, they can try to void their way to a little bit of elevation.
Look at this, Clicks, Yamzo, Batman Booga. Little update for you guys at home. They are very much safe in the zone. Muzz, Rise, and Jepko not too far off for them as well. Just putting pressure in. This is a team that actually needs the pressure, right? 200 above. That's a spot that you don't necessarily feel comfortable in as a trio. Edits coming in. Muzz and crew want to do what they do best. Let's take a box fight. They can force one.
Yeah. They're not anywhere near in desperate need of those materials, but you can look at the count overall. Just judging by that, if it keeps at this pace, how it's going from zone to zone, they will eventually need some sort of a refresh to replenish some of those materials as Possess finally gets caught out on the outside of zone. That's Rapid who gets credit for that elimination. They're first of the game as a trio, but they're still making sure to remain proactive. Almost 400 damage above the threshold. Just wait these next couple seconds, seeing where the zone goes before they make that quick move.
Snakes, Oreo, still the team that have a little bit of high ground right now, and it is gonna pull towards the mountain. Okay, so this is gonna shake things up here. Might see what I've been asking for, a fight for height. The mountains are in play. What a find right here. What just happened? Someone lurking behind the boss of Cold, Ritual, and Peterbot. There it is. That's the 10th elimination. Meanwhile, Muzz, Rise, and Japko, we said it. They weren't comfortable where they were standing before. In they go. Muzz is down. Can they save them? They should be able to, but that wall is open. They have to get in. Oh my gosh. Luckily, the teams that start to look in focus a little late, but no. Down he goes. The damage has been done.
It's a big loss to the team. 3-time champion. But at least it was at a sacrifice. Able to get damage before going down. 188 above the threshold. Trying to ease the stresses that the team is going through as we're trying to make our way up and over this mountain. On the other side of Foxy, Cold, Peterbot, Ritual being smushed, forced down low to the low ground, but a situation that we know they can thrive in, especially being 1,000 above the damage threshold. 21 seconds, next zone will reveal itself, and that's exactly what they're waiting for.
I'll be honest, they had way too much material to play low ground. I think they're going to be looking for height. Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts are already up here. They're going to be the first to go ahead and try to contest, and they didn't even take Oreo or Snakes' high ground. They just made their own build, so look at what it's cost them. Plenty of material. Meanwhile, Cold, Ritual, and Peterbot, though, things start to go south for them. Down on the low ground, Peterbot finds himself down again. This is the second time now, but he is just knocked. Luckily, the save comes in here. There goes the pickup. The splash a little early, but he's back in the running here now. I think all attempts at high ground might be put on balls now. Japco and Rise here, looking to read the zone up. They want to get up and off this low ground into the safety. They're below the surge again. Oh, this is tough.
Yeah, very tough situation for them, but they're just waiting for the zone to open up, make their way on the right side. Only 37 damage. One shot is all it really takes. The longer it takes them to actually go for that shot, 67, falling further and further below that damage threshold, but they're trying to beat the team in the front of that chase. That way any team behind them gives them ample opportunity to go for those shots. Peterbot is officially back on up. That revive is going to be successful. Him, Cold, and Ritual still 1,000 above the damage threshold. 10 eliminations so far, and they find a knock onto Encrypted. Wasn't theirs, but they'll take it nonetheless. Sales is going to go ahead and meet him on the other side. That's back-to-back eliminations. Now Booga in our sight, and Booga was the one who originally got that knock onto Peterbot.
I was going to say, these eliminations are huge, right? That's the siphon that keeps ticking here while you try to take these fights. It's the refreshes that keep the mats up because they're playing this almost high ground, if you will. It's going off the mountain here, so they are literally floating in the air right now. Meanwhile, Yamzo, Batman, Booga, Clicks, we haven't even saw what's been going on with this team, but the story developing here on the low ground, they seem to have things completely under control right now. And up top, I think Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts are running out of mats here. Things are going to start getting desperate for the high ground teams. Rise is still in this game, though, keeping on the points growing for this trio now. This is the clutch that you expect of a player like Rise here. Really time to shine for him now.
Behind him is second place, the ones that are kind of on them on the leaderboard. That's Acorn, Agers, and Poyo. They have an opportunity to look up, but down comes Kanata, trying to distract them. The whole fight's going to break down. Poyo scrambles around, finally reunites with Agers. They have a strength in numbers that they're trying to use their advantage, and a big shot onto Kanata, forcing him to return, but he goes down. That's Poyo who's able to get that elimination. He was the one who actually replaced him on the team.
Poyo's just insane right there, really looking to fight right now. Meanwhile, Clips, Yamzo, and Batman Booga go from low ground up top, starting to ask for more than they can handle for a second there. And Curve, Intake, Shadow are the team that all of a sudden find themselves with security on the high ground. Meanwhile, Bolts and Rapid forced to fight this one out. Quanti, though, 6 Bolts down. It's all up to Rapid now. And look at this. All of our big name teams are starting to crumble here under the pressure of the lobby. But Rapid has to find a little bit more. No materials for him. Can he clutch something up? Can he find some big points here? Top 6 now. Click still working up the lobby here. Has to save Batman Booga. What a save right here. Just going to put them right back in the game. Oh no, a full-on collapse though. It's Agers and Acorn who seem to have answered the call here. They just sent down Clicks and his entire trio. They are going to be one of the first, Jacob, to hit 400 points.
They just continuously steamrolling. Very few healthy teams. One of them's going to be round below, and it's Cold and them facing off. That's a whole nother trio trying to enter into the mix. Down goes Cold. Peterbot soon to follow. Ritual's by himself, and he meets that same fate. Vadil, Cooper, and Sphinx, a team we looked at to take them on, just did that.
Oh, look at this. Acorn going for high ground with Acorn and Boyo there. Boyo's got to hit this shot. Of course he does. He's just that good. And that's going to be a great siphon to keep him in the game. Meanwhile, Agers, we put so much pressure on his shoulders here to have to clutch this one up as Boyo falls to the pressure of the zone. The shot that came in, 9 HP, no heals left, but still a top 3 performance is something to be proud of. Curve and Shadow have managed to hold this high ground. Agers is probably giving the win away now to Cooper, Vadil, and Sphinx for another dub here. Can they do this in a 3v2 situation?
It all depends on the heals, but it doesn't look like it happening. Cooper gets dropped. Sphinx doing what he can to take down Shadow, and that is going to be 11 eliminations for them. That is going to be their second win of the day in Game 5.
And was that back-to-back, by the way? They just came off of Game 4, Victor Royale with 7 eliminations, and all of a sudden now I think I counted about 11 or so on the tally there. Things really starting to heat up now for Vidil, Cooper, and Sphinx from the bottom of the barrel all the way on up to the top. They are continuing to improve game after game. That was just game number 5, though, and talk about a fun mix-up for them there. And, you know, it really didn't look like it was going to go their way. Like, this fight right here was so scrappy, right? Anything could have happened.
Yeah, and there was Sphinx. He was going to be the first one going up, distracted, dealt a lot of damage, forcing Shadow into that spot where they were able to easily pick up that victory royale. The first team on the day to win 2 games. And what do you guys think of that, Zeke, Kelly, and Vivid?
I got a case of the vapors. This is correct. The back-to-back, Vidil, look right here. Vidil. The back-to-back. What in the world? What is NA doing today? Kelly, I thought EU was crazy, and Vidil, Cooper, and Sphinx said, hold on. We're the best region, Zeke. Let's get a little back-to-back action. What in the world? 11 elims as well. These guys are climbing the standings. This is gonna come down. We still have 6 more games tomorrow, Kelly. I don't know. I'm gonna faint. I'm about to pass out.
Okay, well, while you pass out, we'll talk about this incredible run that we got to see from Vidil, Cooper, and Sphinx. What a I mean, they had a slow start, right? But when you have back-to-back victory royales, it doesn't matter how you start the day. It matters how you end it. And they did such an incredible job on the low ground. And really, it was so much chaos, Vivid, happening between the low and mid ground. We saw so many teams jumping for height, trying to steal it away, getting punished for it. And instead, Cooper, Vidil, Sphinx, they stay low. They're able to clean up everyone else, and that's why they were able to claim that VR.
Yeah, it's actually pretty similar to the last game they just won as well, game number 4, right? It's just like kind of like a 3v3v3, one team in the middle, one team on the high ground right there. Of course, it was a little different this game because we lost some of the trios up top, but it just seems like they have so much control over both the teams that are above them, applying the pressure at the right time, kind of making them fight above them before they actually get involved. Just super, super well played. They have that timing down so well because they've been playing that low ground all season.
Just disgusting. We are watching peak Fortnite right now, and we do want to continue the conversation because there's only a single game left to go. But first, I know, a break. When we return, we'll put this on, we'll wrap this in a big bow because we have 1 game left to go before we close out day number 1. So don't you go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back. One game left to go. We call day one done. And so much has transpired. But Deal, Cooper Sphinx, they got themselves the victory out in game number 5. But that's not the scary thing. The scary thing is the standings. As we pull these up, Kelly, what stands out to you?
That Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot, even though they went down for them somewhat early, 4th place, they have actually jumped up into 2nd place right now. They have yet to get a top 3, and yet they have 46 eliminations. They are just a stone's throw away from Agers, Acorn, and Poyo.
I mean, yeah, it's pretty much been the chase for this trio, right? I mean, they were behind after game number 3, they were behind 70 points. And then after game number 4, they're behind 60 points. And now after game number 5, 40 points. They continue to close the gap time and time again. And honestly, this game was wild. I went ahead and looked at the stats, and this is actually a trio with the most storm damage taken. Like, they were just chilling in the storm. They feel very, very comfortable fighting out there, and for some reason they would just kept fighting teams throughout the entirety of the early and the middle game. Even, you know, some reses happened to come in between. Just crazy stuff.
To have that game start with Peterbot getting knocked by G Money, and then they're able to get the revive, they somehow convert that into being 1700 damage above Storm. And they just don't slow down the entire time. They were just laying down so much damage. Putting the Mythic AR in Peterbot's hands should be criminal. But Cold Ritual and Peterbot, you know that they want that win. They are elimination heavy. We know that eliminations are worth more in the Major 1 finals. So that's why we see that although they don't even have a top 3 performance, they're still able to be at the top of our leaderboard. But they want the VR.
They do, right, Kelly? And I love you kind of call that out. Maybe you've not been following, but the fact that we've raised those points per elimination by even just that little bit, that tiny little margin, it's enough for Peterbot to now have found himself in 2nd place, and they still haven't had that game that we're looking for them to have. They still have not had that victory royale, and this is what's going down. Like, unbelievably insane. Now, to turn attention to that 1st place team, though, Agers, Acorn, and Poyo, they are still holding it down, right? They have not given up this 1st place spot in the first 5 games, and now we have 1 left to go. This is crazy.
I mean, Poyo, you know, global champion, absolutely incredible fragger along with Agers here. And Acorn lauded as one of the smartest players in Fortnite, and he's definitely showcasing that today.
And Poyo just looks like a mechanical. He looked like the most mechanical player out there. Some of the eliminations that he was able to find through some of this end game was absolutely insane. They're doing so well, but I gotta tell you, they probably are like, wow, like, we're doing really well. Like, every game's been good. And then they look at the leaderboard and it's just like, they like wipe the sweat off the floors. They're how close to us? Like what's going on here? You know what I mean? Like, how are they that close to us? I mean, they seriously look like they've been the best trio on the day for sure. But it's got to be super, super worrisome that Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual are kind of closing that gap.
Dude, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, right? And for, like, obviously, again, because we have 2 spots, if you're Poyo, you're thinking like, it's scary you're catching up, but as long as we keep doing what we're doing, dude, we're gonna lock our spot too, you know? Like, yeah. If that was how we conclude Major 1, to have Poyo and Peterbot in, like, separately lock spots for globals, that would be insane. But listen, this is it, okay?
Ow.
1 game left to go, and then we close out day 1, then we VOD review, and we come back for day number 2. With that being said, 1 last ride in NA. Monster D Face and the 6-foot phenom, Jacob PR. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Zeke. Finally putting some respect on my name, but Monster, I gotta say, time truly does fly when you're having fun. Just watching some Fortnite with a great friend.
Yeah, definitely. And Zeke over there counting the chickens before they hatch. We still got a whole day tomorrow as well. The competition is getting very close. I'm just glancing over at the leaderboard. I can't believe we even have the great Muzz, Japcon Rise up there in this conversation right now. So let's jump on this battle bus one more time for game number 6.
if you look at some of the players at the top of the list where the elimination leaderboard was formerly always dominated by Peterbot. Yes, he's in first, but everybody else was in reach. One elimination down Poyo, a couple eliminations down Agers. Yap goes in the mix, and this just goes to show how close this actually is going into the last game of the day.
Yeah, definitely is, and we have been harping on the fact that Peterbot had all those air quote bad games. We're starting to see the good games come out. The 13 eliminations, the 12 eliminations, the high placing points, and it could just be that they figured out the secret sauce. Beat those teams in the early game around them, farm up those big eliminations and those points, and then take your time through the end game. If that's the formula right now that's going to send them to the globals, I mean, we could be seeing the writing on the wall right now nice and early. I am very interested to see what is going so well, though, for Agers, Acorn, and Poyo. They just seem to have such a sound strategy, right? As things are all falling into place for them.
Oof. As soon as we tune in, Chimp already getting his hands dirty, gets that first elimination onto Osid. You can see him kind of converging, moving around, just not really wanting to let those two players get too far away, trying to disengage, especially since they know how weak Seek actually is. In the bush or not, they're going to find him. And there goes the second elimination already. And this is where it's just really going to get tough for them.
This is big, too, because Magic Mosses is obviously, you know, one of the places that Peterbot's team has rotated into. We've seen Kanata's team rotate down here occasionally as well. Like, this is just such a point of attraction given how contested it's been all day. So a quick fight here. It's going to change up the dynamic a little bit. Cold, Ritual, and Peterbot, we've already know that Flooded Frogs is all their territory. No one's come even close to contesting them or any of their routes. And it's crazy. Last game really showed that even when things go bad for them, you know, there's so much extra loot on the outside of the map that Peterbot was able to just like, hey, it's all good. Like, let's just go farm the other stuff we kind of left behind. So such a strong drop.
Yeah, just kind of the awareness, kind of memorize it. But you wanted to see what they're doing in the early game. Peterbot, Acorn, Poyo, night shifts for us. And you can see that they're the only trio who have all won FNCS Accord, just going to show that they have the experience. And it's through different metas as well. And I think that's what they're kind of using. You have one of the best IGLs in the game, two of the best surrounding players as well in Agers and Poyo. And then they have a chip on their shoulder. I was talking about it during the break. Peterbot has went through every single one of these team members, taking Agers' spot on that Cold and Ritual roster. Acorn getting his teammates stolen away in Cold and getting dropped by Peterbot to go to that team. And then Poyo, you know the story, from global champions to now on a whole nother team. This is more than just a good game for them. I feel like this is a story in its own right, building up with them in first place.
And to have such a seasoned team, right? You saw the statistic right there. What a W stat. Every player there has experienced what it takes to be a champion. I was talking about how Ritual could have been the missing link for the Peterbot and Cold success story, because what we saw is a lot of what seemed to be nerves kicking in certain moments, right? Where he was falling kind of early on. Maybe now he's kind of got his footing, and tomorrow's going to be absolutely telling, but there is still this game and then 6 more ahead of us before we crown a champion.
Kind of looking around the lobby, you see a couple more teams got a little bit more aggressive in their early game strategies, but the back-to-back winners, Cooper, Vidil, Sphinx, kind of sticking to what they know best. They spread out very, very early, trying to cover more ground. As soon as they see a team that they could try to take advantage of, they immediately move over in that direction. More times than not, they have their eyes in the Hopeful Heights direction, knowing that's one of the contested drops, especially if they don't see any eliminations in the feed.
I know Elam's down, but hold up. Tony picking up a quick finish now onto Aaron. It's a fight for the mountain right now. It's a great spot to farm a little Surge, let alone take a full fight, so things work out well.
Better late than never to note, even though the gap for first place is just continuing to grow for a lot of these other teams. There's a whole day tomorrow. And then you got into the fact the prize money that moves down each and every one of those placements that a lot of these guys are trying to hunt for, the good practice, and those 2 spots to the championship.
Just on the move right now. Clicks, Batman, Booga, and Yamzo. 5th place right now. Top 5 team. We all knew it. We all expected it. This is my team that was my favorite, honestly, to take the competition, but Man, oh man, the zones have played a factor. That game one could have gone any way, right? Like every round has really had its own unique story to tell. And still, they are very much in the race right now. We saw Vidil, Sphinx, and Cooper bounce back with a 70-plus point game. That can happen to anyone who picks up a nice victory out. Look at the collapse right now, though. On to Clixie here. Clicks the first to initiate. Yamzo to follow up here from the side now. And it is not looking good for him, but the teammates are starting to come in. Batman Booga cuts them off. And this is just a high-level fight looking to go down right now.
Yeah, immediately the team wasted no time just trying to converge back onto Clixie's location. And this is where they kind of spread up, take the different angles, just try to funnel them into their position. You got Yamzo taking the tops, Batman Booga taking an additional angle, and just Clix mowing down Clixie. No shields left, forced to back up. Yamzo takes a shot. He's forced to reposition as well, reassess the situation overall. They got to be careful because, you know, at any moment, Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, not too far away, north of Flooded Frogs, can roll in and try to third-party this.
I like how Yamzo thought about drinking the mini for 6 shield, and he's like, nah, not worth it. Let's just get out. Like, let's just get out. We could splash as a team. We could fish up some shield fish. There's so many better ways, I guess, they could utilize their resources. Meanwhile, the real Booga, Threats, and Aviv have made their way to that mountain where Tony and company were, and it seems like Aviv's going to find himself a nice little pickup right here. And they are just deleting that poor team. Nurface sent back to the lobby. His tournament run for the evening is over. Edgy, Quanti, and Bila. Okay, here's a team that, honestly, I think you have to be careful, man. Nut, Liam, and Fredbot thrive in these early game fights. We've seen them show up and show out. I'm giving them all the credit and all the respect. If nothing else, they know how to fight.
Yeah, it's just a peculiar situation Edgy, Bila, and Quanti find themselves in because they land at Shogun Solitude uncontested. They don't really have a lot of time and a lot of opportunities to actually get surged. So as soon as they're done looting and leave that actual POI, they almost immediately have to put themselves in this position where they're close up or far away to try to get surge. In the feed, though, you did see Threats get elimination on the Creon. He immediately pushes over, cleaned that one up. Aviv and Booga close the distance as well. Or there's 1 elimination, 2 more to follow, especially since they know just a sliver of HP remains on a Joji.
I'm gonna see it play out here. Joji, super damage, should be wraps. There it is. I was gonna say for a second there, did a V fall, but no. It's Joji getting sent out. Look how fast lobby's getting cut down now. 85 players remaining here. 3 teams fully wiped out. Plenty fractured now. Japco, Muzz, and Rise seem to be pretty hurt right now. They play in Deep Storm here, but the collapse in onto level 1 Crook. They want to take the fight. Japco's going to be the first to initiate here. Rise has got the backside. Great tag from Japco, but both sides get hit a little bit there. Only shotgun as well, so tougher to play with, I would say.
Yeah, if you can kind of keep your distance, definitely packs a punch, especially since you know there's only 2. Crook with the Typhoon Blade trying to create some distance, but has no choice but to leave kicks there, who jumps right on top of the full trio. He gets taken down. I feel like maybe a necessary sacrifice so that way his teammate can try to disengage, but then if you look at the mini-map, there's a whole trio moving into his location, a whole 3rd trio moving, shadowing Rise, Muzz, and Yapko that they need to be careful for, because finally the shots come in, and there goes a little bit of damage.
There's way too much teams here now. Looks like Polis and Listen have already decided they're committing to this fight here. Japco, Rise, and Muzz. This is their worst case scenario right now, but Japco fired up right now. Sits one down. The zone credit for the other. Hold up. This is good. Defense has to come out from Rise now. They will get the pickup here shortly. There it is. They're right back in this game. That could have gone really bad for them, but now the question lingers. Is this a huge setback for the leading Japco, Muzz, and Rise here?
Yeah, especially since you got to consider the fact now they're going to have a little bit of a journey towards the northeastern side of the map overall. So what little resources they do have, probably going to be forced out in this situation. Yep, they're going to recycle. Oh, I thought if they had a water sprite, they could have recycled it there, but it does look like they're just going to continue rotating back to their original POI where they know a lot of that loot was left behind. Very, very similar to what you were talking about with Peterbot in our previous games.
Clixie, Yamzo, Batman Booga sticking to the outskirts here. This is the furthest west zone we've seen for an early game. Seems to be playing into their favor at the moment, but do they have wind of this squad swimming their way around? I am curious. A little update with Cooper here. Couple water sprites in hand. Zone relatively close.
You got to see his teammates just grabbing hold of that bridge. Position's going to be crucial for these next couple of games, or this last game, I should say. Especially one of those teams inside of the top 5 where he really started to kind of break away from the rest of the pack. You want to continue to do that, close out the day. Probably much easier said than done, as you kind of spoke about it. A little bit of a different zone than what we've seen throughout the 5 previous games beforehand. Some immediately trying to adapt and use that to their advantage. Grab position, beat a lot of these other teams to the zone, and then be able to look back.
Really bad right now. Clicks, Yamzo, Batman Booga have a team right above them and one trailing from inside the storm here. Not sure they actually know just yet. There it is. Shots open up onto Batman Booga. It's Sinetto, Veer, and Scare who have the high ground and the advantage, but they let Booga slip away. Batman Booga's going to be happy about that one. That could have gone really downhill for them.
Yeah, they're going to have to rotate too. You saw they weren't necessarily in zone, but knowing that full trio took the north part altogether, they're either going to try to parallel them or wait a couple of seconds here for it to kind of close, see where the next zone goes. And this is their opportunity. Now that that team kind of giving away their position by trying to take a chance on the getting shots on the Batman Booga, they're able to kind of hunt back, but you see a whole nother trio that rotated through the dead side. There's one to potentially cut off Clicks, Batman Booga, and Yamzo on that rotation.
I think that was Quanti's team that we had saw. They seem to be favoring the water side, but Victor V, Skittles, and Chimp right now taking on Curly, Nox, and Virgo. I saw some people thinking that Curly and Victor V look related. Well, there you go. You get the standoff now if you've been looking forward to the fight.
Considering from their drop spot over on the far east side of the map, they're very, very quick to rotate this time around, really not wanting to get caught off guard, lose track of time. Because you know as well as I do, when the zone pulls this far, those edges of the zone become so stacked. It's just a risk in its own right to rotate in that direction. We talked about it going towards the north. Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual taking a whole different approach to the 6th and final game, where we would see them typically fighting for Surge. They're just content setting up a Surge tower and getting shots just like that.
But they have 0 eliminations. This is very different comparatively to the other games. Every other game they've had early game eliminations, and they didn't have to base down. This is the first time we've seen them with no eliminations, but fully based down, sitting on plenty of heals inside the base. So seems like they want to get a dub under their belt here. Rightfully so for day one. A team like that should have a victory by now, so we'll see if their time is near. Rise, Japco, and Muzz. Couldn't believe what we saw from them earlier. Seemed like everything was going downhill for a moment there.
You see how high they went? That's that trick on the geyser. It gets you much higher than launch pads. It gets you much higher than other geysers around the map. You just kind of float, wait for it. It'll shoot you up again, and that's going to allow them. Remember how deep in zone they actually were? This one geyser is going to allow them not only to get towards the edge of zone, but so far in, they're going to be able to pick and choose where they actually want, depending on where other teams are actually at.
Yeah, it seems like they've already got their minds cut out for them. The markers are out. I want a little bit of positioning here. They're going to go up north. Is that another geyser there? Seems like maybe setting themselves up for something. Kanata, Rapid, Bolts, 400 above the Surge, in a bit of a box fight here. This is against Victor V's trio in the storm here. Seems to be getting dragged out, and they've brought in Curly and Virgo's team. So this is a 3-team affair now, all unfolding here. Curly, Virgo, and Noxy actually need this more than any other team. Only 100 above. Likely started because they needed the fight. Kind of lingering about.
And zone beginning to close in. You can kind of see them throwing the orbs on out. The just in case, but Chimp's the one that gets caught off guard first. Great shot by Rapid. Kind of picking and choosing, trying to upgrade the loadout. They realize taking a fight this late in the game, this deep into the zone, is going to be so risky. So almost everybody there simultaneously choosing to disperse. You can find what you want at the later day. Curly, Noxy, Virgo, going to be one of the last ones to kind of rotate on out. But timing is of the essence. If this continues to pull towards the east, you don't want to be one of the last teams when that 50-50 pull comes.
I saw on the feed there too for a second, Acorn and Boyo pick up some eliminations there in that surge warning. Let's not forget, with them being in the lead, the more elims they get, the harder it's going to be for teams to close the gap. They're going to have to make a mistake at this point. Jumping back with that team. Let's take a look at what situation they found themselves in here. So, seems like they've marched their way through the brutal boxcars. They found themselves on a plethora of shieldfish here now, and they want to bring all these goods to the zone with them.
Just throwing those med kits ahead. Yeah, I would say you can continue to cycle them in front of them, use them when they have to. 540 damage because they're early game wandering around the map, able to get what they need, plus those 2 eliminations. Cooper for deal. Below surge, something that we haven't really seen from them other than in the early portions of game 1. With back-to-back wins already, they don't want to start to lose this momentum before the day ends.
I was going to say, are they going to push that knock right there? There's one in the box. You kind of need it here. 53 above now, but the storm is also on its way here. So there's a lot of factors at play right now. And the pressure is on a performance, especially when you're up on the leaderboard, sitting comfortably the way they have been today. A little back and forth here.
Kind of targeting out the late rotation of Bucky, Okus, and Craze, kind of forcing them right next to Acorn, Agers, and Poyo. One going under the bridge, one going over. Around the map, you're seeing the proactivity. Clicks this time around, getting the Wanderers a medallion from the Shogun's arena up above, but they find themselves just barely inside of the Storm Surge threshold with 90 damage.
I want to see what Clicks could do with this. Everyone's had their chance to shine. All the big name trios have picked it up at least once. Now Iamzo, Batman, Booga, and Clicks get their turn at bat here. 281 points is our 5th place seeded team right now. An end game will set them up for a running shot at globals here in day number 2. Cannot have Rapid and Bolts though. We got to jump in with this fight here. Another edge zone battle. Seems to be dragged out. 2 eliminations now, kind of setting themselves up, but still they haven't managed to really topple Noxy and Curly's trio here.
Everybody just kind of slow rotating out of that side. You kind of saw Skittles in the distance as well. Just really timing is of the essence. A lot of these other teams kind of beating them to the punch, just going all the way towards the east. Whiffy Borf just outside of the zone. And there's a potential monster that is a whole gulf of water there on that side of the map that we could potentially see inside of the zone. As Storm Surge activates yet again, Bolts can out of Rapid, trying to stay ahead of the curve while maintaining their rotation speed.
I mean, what is nice about this, though, is that we're getting a completely different terrain, right? Like zone pulling kind of north, sort of west, right? Really mixing things up. We've seen so much center and kind of eastern zone pulls, so I'm excited about this. Giving other teams a fair chance, if you will, at zone kind of playing into the area for an end game. Video and Sphinx, though, still trying to manage to find their footing here in the lobby. Look at this eastern congestion happening right now. It's almost like they've had zone all day and no one knows how to rotate anymore. They're all on top of one another here, and it looks pretty bad.
Fortnite just said, but wait, there's more. As it continues to move towards the north, there goes that open water that I was talking about. It finally now in zone, forcing these teams to really think in and outside of the box and be proactive in terms of their rotation, whether they're late or one of the first ones there. That perfect position becomes more and more impactful. It's called Peterbot Ritual. In their line of sight is the only team above them in the leaderboard. That's Muzz, Rise, and Yapko. And you can see the trio of Peterbot don't even all have the Void Mask. One of them has a kinetic blade, so it's going to be just a little bit more difficult for them to rotate in tandem.
Trade's coming out, though, and a bad peek there. Teams on high ground, Veer, Scare, and Sonetto off in the distance. See how long that's going to hold here. Cold, Peterbot, and Ritual on foot right now, making their way through. It's the most we've seen them actually use their Void Only Mask this early into a game like this. 6 charges left, so somehow below the surge. This is the the pressure of sitting in a surge base, right? Changing up their strategy, not going for box fights. And now they're almost forced into a full-on fight here. It's gonna be Chimp and Dash who might be chosen, if you will, but these are completely different teams.
Yeah, for one, it's a blessing. Another one, it's a curse. 137 below. That switch up of strategy overall in this final game. Looking to force their hand. Not really finding any opportunities yet, but there's plenty of potential all around. Cole trying to hop on top.
Ooh.
Cone's on to Dash. That goes a big shot. Making sure Dash feels that one in the morning. But Oliver OG going for revenge with a turn and burn. Cole takes down yet another one while he makes his way in towards zone. Reunites with the team. They did more than enough to get themselves above the damage threshold.
Peterbot fans could thank Oliver OG for that one. That's a saving grace right there. So much damage just handed to them. And the material, let's not forget, they had a lot of loot going. That is a big, big come up right here. Look at the zone go. Further west, it pulls, and further north, things are just changing ever so slightly here in this last game of the day, really keeping us on our toes. Another elimination, this time onto Vidil and Sphinx. That's a huge set of eliminations now.
That's when they need it most. You see Ritual is down, separated as a trio. For two of the most mechanically skilled players still left alive. There's hope yet in this game as they're immediately trying to rotate across that open water. You mentioned it yourself, the last charge. Now they're really going to have to dig deep to really make something up this game.
This is bad. This is a very tough spot to be in, but it's great for players like Japco, Muzz, and Rise right now who have a chance to come back here. But look at this, Japco caught up in a spider's web there, burning through a couple charges, and it looks like the spot is bad. Muzz lands and gets just seemingly deleted for his troubles. A fresh charge has to come out now. Rise just waiting for his trio. Japco is far off though. Just gonna have to play this one out by himself. And some of our top teams looking really bad here now in the last game, but who's not? Boyo, Acorn, Ager, so far so good for them.
Yeah, they got a quarter of the placement points so far into the top 8. That's gonna be half.
They're running
They're
away.
still making their way up. Yamzo, Clicks, Batman, Booga, they're the ones that are highest elevated for now, but 8 zone, some would say just a little bit too early as Yapko goes down as well. That's Bucky who gets credit for that elimination. The trio that has been so far in first place, having such impressive performances, is just down to Rise.
Void Onimask really changing the dynamic right now. You saw when they glanced over to where the zone's going, there's not a single build over there because the Void Onimask is allowing teams to all transport their way across. This is going to be a very interesting endgame now for Clicks and team because the fact that they went for high, they committed a lot of mats here. Boyo, Acorn, Ager is one of the first to build up a base in the opposite side. As I'm just kind of teeing it up, you're watching it all play out in real time. Acorn, Ager, and Boyo want to have the monstrous lead right now, and they're willing to fight for it.
Yeah, perfect zone. They pull to the front side. They immediately build up and target out second height. Really no attention being paid to everybody else, but down goes Cold. Peterbot now stuck by himself. If he wants to remain in contention in that second place, it's going to come down to him and some big clutches, but he orbs just a little bit too far. Luckily for him, he does have the splashes. Quickly moving, making his way in towards zone as it covers up. The rest of the lobby making their way on over, making it harder and harder for Peterbot to try to survive.
Cooper still alive as well down in the low ground, looking to play the zone for a little bit here. He's looking for an angle, an opportunity to get inside. There he goes. He dashed across. Couple of clutches coming up now for Peterbot as well. Pay close attention to the high ground teams though, as Ager's, Acorn, and Boyo seemingly have this game in a headlock right now.
That was a big shot of the trio rotating nearby, looking for a follow-up, knows exactly where they went, cuts to the other side, both Cooper feeling the pain, but Peterbot finally goes down. That's Rapid who gets credit for that elimination. Kanata on the other side trying to break into the box on Cooper, doesn't get opportunity, so he goes around. Cooper just trying to hold on. There goes the flank from Kanata. Peekaboo, I see you as he gets the elimination. Clicks Yamzo, Batman Booga steamrolling on the other side.
This is exactly what they need to. All that immediate competition down and out. The runway's open here for teams to go ahead and climb their way on out. Down goes Kanata as well. More competition crossed out. Top 5 here for players like Clicks, Batman, Booga, Yamzo. This is their time to get revenge. But first, you have to clear up Booga of even threats. They've been the wild card, the wild factor in the low ground, and they're cooking right here.
Such a quiet game going under the radar, but hey, maybe that's just how they like it. They continue to steamroll team after team after team as Encrypted goes down. Death feels the pain. Solo's going to be left, but they clean that one up as well. Bugha, Threats, and Aviv. This is a new chapter for them as they close out the day.
You couldn't count them out either. The vets just showing up in extreme force here, but give it a second. Clix, Yamzo, Batman, Bugha. We know Clix has the medallion. Look at him go here. Zipping back and forth, keeping teams on their toes. It's a 3v3v3 situation. No mistakes can be made. Clix eating a little bit of storm here. Has to be careful, though, because he's got no mats. It's all going to come down to this monster shot right here. If he can land it, his teammates are down and out.
A lot of pressure. They're trusting him. He has the medallion, but take so many ticks to the zone. Barely makes it in on the other side. Zero builds. He's looking for scraps. He's looking for somebody that he can catch off guard. Here's one team below him. No, there's a full trio above. He's going to go up to try to buy himself just a little bit more time. Luckily for him, he doesn't even get scratched, forcing the trio from up above to catch the trio down below.
This is crazy. He's got to keep sprinting so he can't be seen. No, the water is his worst enemy. And look at him go. Just trying to hold on to a little bit more. He is the pressure that no one sees coming. A great tag there. Clix can earn a little more points, and he is a disruptor to everyone in the lobby. 2v2 now. Bugha goes up. It's up against Acorn. Beautiful tag there. Acorn is down. Bugha's got the high ground. He's got a chance to bounce back.
2v1 situation. They're ready to drop down. They know they have this one in the bag. Acorns are trying to take the other side. Threats taking damage. Bugha as well. But they have a strength in numbers, a history as a team, and they win the 6th and final game of the day.
They can honestly thank Clix for that W right there. What a performance by him. Running back and forth, getting a knock on either side. If only he could have gotten the elimination points there, it'd be so much sweeter. However, what a game 6 that was. North America really keeping us on our toes. Take a look at the highlights. Bugha, Threats, and Aviv do it again, and they're right back in it.
Yeah, I said it. They were flying under the radar. They're in contention. I believe they started that game in around 7th place, 229 points. Look at where they ended, 350 points. That was almost over 100 points for these guys.
14 eliminations, nothing to look down upon. All of a sudden now they are right back into the conversation there. What a game 6 that was.
What a day. What a day it was. I think everybody's predictions in terms of getting them correctly on the spot went through a roller coaster of emotions. But that's only 6 games. Can you believe we have 6 more games tomorrow?
Yeah, that's right. We're going to have to see how it's going to play out, Jacob. From us here, though, we'll catch you guys tomorrow. With that, we're going to send it on over to the analysts to give us the scores.
Thank you so much. 6-foot phenom, Jacob PR, didn't break him, and I'm sad about that. And Monster Deface, you know, after that game, I feel like there's really only one thing that I could say, and that is Bugha! Does it again, baby! Let's go, Bugha! We back in here. We never left. Big Cheese Aviv, Threats. Y'all got yourselves a victory royale here on game number 6. Now, to do that at the end of the day, obviously, we have to hope they can carry that momentum into day number 2, but they still showed up. That's still a bunch of points, and paired up with the elims, we're in a really good spot.
Yeah, I really feel like Jacob put it best, where they've just been kind of flying under the radar all day. They have been in our top 10 since game 1, if I'm not mistaken, and they've proven time and time again that they are just a consistent trio. They don't necessarily go for those high elimination games unless everything goes well for them, and that is exactly what happened in the final game of today. Controlling that low ground, especially when the zone pulls the way that it does, Vivid, they've definitely earned all the kudos.
I mean, incredible stuff to kind of see them go out with a bang here on day number 1. And yeah, I mean, I kept looking over the leaderboard. I was like, okay, they're kind of close enough, right? That one game could potentially happen. Game number 6 was that game. Big shout out to Bugha, Threats, and Aviv right there. Clutched up 14 eliminations as well. Huge numbers.
Absolutely. Let's do it. Let's take a look at the standings.
I don't
Let's
want
see
to.
How things. I know it's gonna be scary and it's gonna be wild, but just bear with us, okay? Look at this lead, and I just want to say something here because Agers, Acorn, and Pollo have put on such a showing in day number 1. Look at those placement points. Look at those elims. For all of last year, people looked down on Pollo and would say, oh, Pollo doesn't do much. It's all Peterbot. It's all Peterbot. And now it's Pollo who is looking down on the rest of this leaderboard saying, hey, what's up?
You know, it's really interesting that you say that, because I remember during the Global Championships last year that dialogue kind of got squashed, and I think it was actually something that Peterbot said himself, that Pollo is one of the best partners that you can have. The way that he is able to kind of just like follow at someone else's lead, which in this case would be Acorns, and still be able to provide a ton of support and a ton of eliminations is what made him be the best partner for Peterbot. So I think Pollo has definitely had the praise that he deserves, but this is just showcasing it even more so, because, you know, you had Peterbot and Cold leave their previous partners of Acorn and Pollo, and to see them now in what they thought would be a better trio being 100 points ahead of second place, which is Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot. That is storytelling to a T. The script that you have written is doing numbers right now, Zeke. I'm very impressed.
Yeah. I mean, it's gotta hone in on the eliminations, though, right? I mean, first and foremost, right? Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot, and Agers, Acorn, and Pollo, both of them having 50+ eliminations as a bunch of trios there. And as you can see, they're on the leaderboard, the second most on a team. It's going to be 34 over there. But yeah, I mean, that chase was kind of on for Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold throughout the day, right? They just, you know, like I mentioned before, 70, 60, and then 40 points, and now it's 90 points. So definitely faltered there in game number 6. I don't know what it was about this trio today, guys. I mean, they stayed in the conversation, right? They stayed towards the top of the leaderboard, but none of those games from them kind of felt like that's where they should have been on the leaderboard. You know, it was kind of like, you know, that was like an RA game for them. Maybe we have such high standards for this trio that since they're not like winning every game, it's like, oh man, that was a bad game for them. But I mean, second place going into day number 2, still pretty good.
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like, you know, in a horror movie where the killer is slowly stalking the player or the individuals, but they're not running, they're not chasing, it's just a slow stalk until eventually they reach their victims. I feel like that could still be the case for Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. They're just slowly climbing up the leaderboard, slowly making their way. But if there were to be a survivor, it would be Agers, Acorn, and Pollo.
Yeah, I again, you know, if with 2 spots, if they were the ones to walk away with those first 2 spots, that would just be unbelievable, right? And that's what we hope for. We hope for as we turn attention back to the standings. Clicks, dude, that last game, what you did in that last game, staying alive with that medallion, like in so many different situations, it's like with every step Clicks took, he should have been eliminated. He should have not been there. And yet he played spoiler to that last game. And to make it all the way into a 3rd place is crazy. Like, I love this coin and what it allows players to do. The skill expression ceiling is so high. And to see him put that together in those moments, you know he feels so amazing.
Yeah.
And it's also a great comparison to how other players have used that coin in a solo situation. But him with 4 HP, it wasn't necessarily, especially with it going over water, that he could jump into other people's boxes, stay in the back of zone. No, instead he just ran circles. He just ran around over and over and over again so that invisibility did not let up. And that honestly is what allowed him to stay alive. He even did get a knock, but wasn't able to get the full elimination. But that is the best performance that we have seen from this trio today. And I really, really hope that we get to see more of that going into day 2.
Yeah, for Clicks, Bambuga, and Yamato, I feel like every single game where we kind of tune in. I mean, there were some games where like tune in the mid game, it's like, oh wow, this looks like the best team in the playing field right now. Like they look like they're in a great spot. Then like a little bit later on in the game, it was like, oh wow, they're shambles. And I feel like they were always kind of fighting from the back foot whenever we were actually transitioning into the end game right there. So I think it'd probably be pretty easy for them to kind of pinpoint some of those moments throughout the game, get those VOD reviews in and kind of clean it up. But again, I feel like they were always fighting on the back foot, having to clutch up as a trio. So picking up 6th place without really having a solid game, in my opinion, I think it's still pretty good. And I think it gives them hope for tomorrow to climb the leaderboard even further.
The race is close. And as we look at these standings, one thing that kind of stands out to me, and it's kind of just like something small, it's kind of random, but the fact that all of the victory royales that we've had on the day are within that top 7. Like when I think back to earlier in EU, it was like 4 were in the top 10, right? And it's like that victory royale didn't always have enough. Like, you know, you could get a victory royale, but it wasn't enough to carry you and keep you in that top 10. And just look how close this is, right? Like, yeah, Agers, Acorn, Boyo are so far ahead, but look at 7th, right? All the way up to 3rd. That could still shift with a single game. So a single trio makes one mistake. And this top 7 looks different tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. And we saw how many points Bugha of Even Threats were able to get into that final game. Almost, what, 90? More than that, even. So a lot of these things can shift. I do think, especially in NA Central, that it's a very top-heavy competition. That a lot of our top trios have been consistently in the top 10 since the start of the season. And I think that kind of gives us this really close match. It's not just the top 3 that could really be within contention. There is so many trios that come and show up and prove to everyone that they deserve to be here.
Yeah, I mean, throughout the day, right, a bunch of leaderboard changes in terms of how big that gap was towards the top, but at the end of it, Zeke, Poyo, Acorn, Agers, they did not give up. They were relentless. Now almost 100 points ahead of the rest of the competition after 6 games. I think the question is going to be, though, are they going to be able to hold on to that lead, kind of repeat that performance tomorrow?
Viv, that's the scary part, right? We've talked about a lot in the past. Some trios, they are day 1 teams. They start really strong on day 1, but they can't keep that momentum going into day number 2. Some trios are the opposite, right? Day 2, they come alive. It doesn't matter what day 1 was. Day 2, they just come back stronger than ever. Kelly, what do you think? I mean, with all of these crazy trios, again, being within, you know, points of each other, could Acorn, Agers, and Poyo be that team? Could they be the team that comes in tomorrow and holds that line? Could we see someone else just say, day 2 is our time? Here we go.
Excluding their 13th place game, Agers, Acorn, and Poyo have placed top 4 in all the other games. Wow. So 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 2nd, and 1st. I think that they are currently on a run right now. I think that the momentum that they have from day 1 is definitely going to translate into day 2. I did say it earlier that Peterbot and Poyo are notoriously a day 2 team. Obviously, half of that is in the Acorn, Agers, and Poyo, so it'll be interesting to see if Peterbot is also able to carry that.
Yeah, I think tomorrow what I want to see out of the Peterbot trio there, we only really saw a hype presence for them in game number 1. And that was when they were a duo, Peterbot and Cold, right? They went for it then, and it was like after that, they weren't really ever up there. And I feel like they get so much respect on the higher gun when they are up there, right? Even that game number 1, they had presence up there. People could feel that they were in the lobby, and they held on to it for quite some time. But after that, even when they were making it into the end game, you know, granted, none of the games were kind of going smoothly. They were getting knocked off spawn. Sometimes there were reboots happening. Never really went for it again. And I'm not really sure why. Like, maybe they just didn't like the way that it was looking. But I would like to see them kind of go up and challenge some of those high grounds.
Well, let's hope, because for now, we say goodbye. But what this means for these players, to have a night to bot review, to come together as a trio and say what worked, what didn't work. Tomorrow, 2 spots going to the Global Championships later on are on the line. That's a big deal. There's also life-changing amounts of money on the line, which is also a big deal. So what will they bring to the table tomorrow? That's for us to find out tomorrow. With that being said, don't forget, before us is EU. They've got their own set of crazy games coming up. So if you like what you're seeing, go check them out. And of course, come back to us, the best region we know. Fortnite fam, thank you so much for hanging out with us and watching these unbelievable set of 6 games. Tomorrow, we're turning it up to 11, but at least we hope. Until tomorrow, as always, we love you. Keep yourself safe. We'll see you on that battle bus.
Beep.